Good morning, everyone. Here is 9 o'clock in Central European Time in Brussels. Very well welcome to the day 2 of Network Manager User Forum 2022. Welcome also to the colleagues and friends in online, wherever they will be. Good afternoon or good evening to them. Yesterday, I was told that in LinkedIn, where we are broadcasting with a couple of thousands people watching it. So we had an interesting day yesterday, a very energetic setup seen by our Director General Eamon Brennan on recovering of the traffic, but also a great defender of how to lobby ourselves in respect of sustainability and environment. And then we follow with a session on making aviation sustainable, a European ambition. Martin Bastian, our head of aviation sustainability, and her invited speakers, airlines and ANSPs. They give us some views and actions on how we are trying to decarbonize and have a greener aviation. And then we dive into the summer 2022 topic, looking first back at 2021. Stephen Moore, our head of network operations manager, he led and his invited speakers, they looked at what happened in 2021, lessons learned from different stakeholders, the pandemics, the recovery of the last summer, and then together with our head of operations center and experts from the planning, we looked what is going to be the performance of the summer 2022. And finally, in the last part of the day, we dived under the leadership of Răzvan on the big topic on how the digital transformation journey will drive the coordinated implementation of operational concept and technology. And there we had quite a good session, a lot of questions on managing airspace density and traffic flows at strategic and tactical level. So before introducing the first session of the day, where we left it with the digital transformation through aviation learning, a couple of logistics for today. At 10:40 will be a fire alarm exercise. There will be some announcements and alarm. We will not evacuate the building. We will be during the coffee break. Actually, we scheduled the alarm not to be during the event plenary, so it will be during the coffee break. Enjoy the coffee break and don't evacuate the building. Again, today, the coffee breaks and lunches will be seated. Please respect the distance. We can be seated together. There is no this as long as we wear the mask, but in the breaks, wear your masks. Unless you need to drink and eat and so forth, and we will be having again seated lunch and coffees. So, and at the end of the day, we have the shuttle buses, one going back to the center and one going to the airport. Now, without further ado, on digitalization, I think I could not think of a better introduction of the day. A session to explore how EUROCONTROL Aviation Learning Center has managed to transform itself during the crisis. For that, we have the acting head of the school, Rick Dermont. Rick is a seasonal manager with experience in international training centers. In the school in Luxembourg, he welcomes some thousands and thousands of students every year who comes from more than 50 countries. He's a graduate of Royal Military Academy in Belgium, but he worked for many years in EUROCONTROL, started as an instructor, and for many years was head of training unit, training development and delivery. And since May 2020, he's the acting head of the institute. Rick, the floor and stage is yours.
Thank you, Tony. Good morning, first of all, to all onliners, if I can call it that way. I think it means good morning for you. I'm not certain for all of you. Good morning to everybody here in the room. So this presentation is not so much about rebranding our training center. It's about adding value to your business. And obviously, it's about digitalization. So our new name is EUROCONTROL Aviation Learning Center. So we are based in Luxembourg. You see there a recent picture of our building. We're based in Luxembourg. We continue to be based in Luxembourg. We operate worldwide, but with a very strong focus on Europe. And obviously, we are part of NM. So what we have in common with EUROCONTROL, and that's why EUROCONTROL is part of our new name, we support European aviation. Aviation, rather than ATM ANS, because actually we are trying to widen our scope to aviation. It doesn't mean that we will drop everything that we have been doing so far. We will maintain our portfolio, but obviously we'll continue to renew it. But let me give you 3 examples of our aviation focus already today. So we have got a good portfolio on airport courses, and obviously that we target the airport authorities, the airport organizations, and this is about integrating the airports in the network. We have a tool or a test better for language proficiency, tests for pilots, which is heavily used by airlines and especially in the Middle East. And this again is an example of us broadening our scope. And last but not least, about just a year ago, we released a new e-learning module for drone pilots, because according to European regulation, specific categories of drones, the pilots need to take a training and need to do a test. And actually, this was really a big hit because more than half of our participants on e-learning have been in 2021 drone pilots. So this slide is about digital shift, but digital shift which did not start for us in 2021. Because to be honest, the digital shift started much, much earlier, not only in 2020 better, when the pandemic kicked in, but even before, because it would not have been possible for us to excel in the way we did in the 2 last years without having digitized the complete back office. So because all our contacts with our customers was already digitized through social media, the way we take inputs from our customers, the way we take feedback, the way we handle this feedback, everything was digitized before. Now, bringing us to 2021, what you see in front of you is 4 figures. And let me start with the upper right corner, e-learning courses. So we had more than 40,000 people who completed an e-learning module. So this just more than doubled compared with the previous years. We understood that e-learning is very easy to scale up. And this was really a big success, both in 2020 and 2021. So it was very easy to scale up. You just develop it, you provide it on the learning platform, and that's it. And then it works automatically. On the classroom courses, we had difficulties in the last couple of years, mainly because people were not able to travel. So, and actually we realized that very early in 2020, and 3 weeks after the pandemic kicked in, so on the 3rd of April, we had our first webinar. Okay. And in 2021, so last year, we had again more than 10,000 people who followed one or several of our webinars. So this led actually later on to reconfiguring and transforming our classroom courses into online courses. And again, there you see more than 3,000 students last year, but 3 times more than people that we received in Luxembourg on our classroom courses. So you see the 4 different components of or categories of products that we offered last year. So classroom courses, online courses, they are on the top of this diagram, and you see there a percentage, because for the time being, and that will also probably for next month, we are about 1/3 of our business is classroom courses, 2/3 of our business is online. And obviously we'll continue with the webinars. And actually we are actually reconfiguring the webinars so to bring information to you on actually the different activities of the network manager. And currently we are having discussions with the different divisions within the network manager to give you the latest information on, for instance, the network strategy plan. Razvan mentioned that yesterday. Safety, Tony referred to that yesterday. CNS and the different tools and services we will speak to you about today. So actually we bring that information through webinars in the start of this year. Apart from providing courses, being classroom or online, we have also 2 different tools which are widely used throughout Europe. First of all, we have the FEAS test, which is a controller selection test for candidate ADCOs, and it helps actually to select the right people before they start the ADCO training. Because as you know, following a complete ADCO training course is a rather expensive thing. So therefore, organizations try to select the people with the right profile to start the training. On the right side, the language proficiency test. I spoke to you about that at the start, but this all started with a proficiency test for ATCOs. And later on, we moved on to pilots. So our objective or ambition is to make LPAC the language proficiency test for Europe, for both pilots and ATCOs. So our plan for the future is to continue to emphasize on the network support. So to take specific initiatives to make this happen, to review our portfolio. And what I mean by that is, first of all, to rebalance the ratio between classroom and online training. But secondly, also to renew it from the point of view of bringing in new subjects like artificial intelligence, drones, sustainability. We had a long presentation about this yesterday. And obviously also to continue to innovate. So to use the latest technology. And one example is that we're looking into using artificial intelligence for upgrading our LPAC tool. So this brings us to our portfolio strategy, I would say, for the future, but it's actually is already happening now. And for me, it feels very natural. It's like a new suit you put it on, and from the start, it really fits. Okay. And you see here the 4 different components. We'll continue to provide classroom courses, being it in Luxembourg or being it at the premises of the customer. We'll continue to provide e-learning. Obviously, we will rely on what we have learned in the last 2 years by continuing to offer online and webinars. And I'll let you read the advantages of each of these 4. And this is what we call the 4 different channels, a multi-channel experience. We deliberately call it multi-channel because it could be, whilst we keep on innovating in the future, that we will add additional channels to this. Obviously, the overall support is to support, the overall objective better is to support the network. So indeed, it's based on exploiting what we have learned in the last couple of years, with a very strong focus on learning. And learning actually, because we believe that providing training is one thing, but create a learning experience for our customers is much more important, because there I believe that is the place where we have an impact on the organizations that we support. Obviously, we also try to do that in a very efficient way by continue to reduce costs, obviously at the same time to make the business sustainable, and also by looking into ways to bring in revenues and to do this without by doing this in such a way that we don't interfere and don't interrupt the business models of our customers. And last but not least, we'll modernize and expand the use of LPAC and Feast. So this is actually my last slide. It's about creating value. This is not only true for the Learning Center. I think this is true for all the activities that have been described to you yesterday and all the activities that will be described later today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rick. Before we introduce the new session, I want to remind you about the question and answer. Please use the feature of Zoom for those online, or even those in the room who you are connected. But to be a plain level field in the room, will not open the microphones. You know, you have a QR code that you received. If you forgot it from yesterday, we will be happy to give you another one. I mean, to speed up, I will suggest we keep Rick in the second row, and we'll take the questions together with Enrico in the next session. So the next one, it's a great pleasure to introduce, because since January, I'm associated with the I&M program. So I would like to introduce in the I&M session, Enrico and the great team of the I&M. First, introducing Enrico, he is our Chief Technology Officer. He joined in May 2020, in the middle of pandemics. He has to travel from Rome to Brussels on empty motorways. So, but he came from a United Nations Agency for the World Food Programme. He has a long experience in digitalization transformation. So he worked in many countries and around the globe, including in Bangkok, Rome, and so forth. So he's leading the strategy of building one tech department, also delivering the INM program in the future together with the program. And yesterday, if I have to count, the most frequently used name was INM, or the abbreviation. So I think we need also to disclose to you what it is really behind this name, what are the timelines, and what we will deliver at certain timelines. So Enrico, the stage and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Chers invités, conférenciers, bonjour. Welcome to EUROCONTROL. Let's open the box then. So my name is Enrico Vigliani. As Tony said, I'm the Chief Technology Officer. I'm really delighted today, day 2 of the user forum, to welcome you to our session on the digital transformation journey we started with Integrated Network Manager Program, INM, in September last year. As Tony just said, and yesterday, Imon and Jacopo explained to you, together with our industrial partners, we are now working hard on modernizing our operational systems with a brand new digital engine. This will make NM more performant, efficient, and thus more sustainable, and the whole network with NM. Within the 45 minutes presentation, we will show you how INM underpins and enables this digital transformation, as well as the new ecosystem for operational systems which make aviation more sustainable. This is what we call digital engine. So a data-centric, modular, agile ecosystem. We want to be on time, on target. And just to close, it's all about people. It's all about change management. As a technologist, I must say this is still the most important aspect that we need to look at. Our presentation will consist of 3 parts, which will each take 15 minutes. We start with Sil de Gang on my left, who's the INM program manager. He will explain you why we do INM, how we're working with and for you towards our common needs. Ralph Terrain, the INM business manager, will then give you an update of the first business deliverables which you expect. Jean-Michel Levray, the INM technical manager, will then give you an overview of the technical foundations of the new developments. Now, just to conclude, a bit of housekeeping. Feel free, as Tony said, to formulate your questions via the chat and via the QR code in the Europa room, or if you are remote from your respective homes or offices, all throughout the presentation. After the presentation, and this includes Rick's session, we will allocate 30 minutes to answer any question you may have. So we do hope that you won't be shy. Ask any question. We'll have a truly interactive exchange, and we can all learn. Without further ado, then, thank you in advance. Hope you enjoy it, and over to Sil now.
Thank you, Enrico, for this introduction. So as you can see on the slide deck, my name is Sil de Gang. I'm the INM program manager, and it's a real pleasure to be here today in front of you and to explain and to give you some more insights on where we are with INM. For those who were basically attending the user forum last year, you may remember that, and it was due to timing constraints, that the INM presentation was basically reduced to a 5-minute elevator pitch, but I can guarantee you that will not be the case today. So we will take more time to basically interact with the users and to explain what INM is all about. INM was introduced yesterday by Eamon, and as depicted on this slide on the top left, it's not just about constructing a new building. And for those who are on site, you may have witnessed that the works are currently ongoing. We were really successful in digging a big hole and pouring some concrete in it. But as you may have seen, the building will look totally different in the coming months. But INM, it's much more. It's about enabling us to manage 14 million flights in 2030. It's about ensuring that we can keep our efficiency targets. It's also for the users to for you to be able to grow your business, and that in a sustainable way. And just for your information, we have launched this massive program 2 years ago by basically launching the biggest EUROCONTROL call for tender. It's a 300 million euro program, and we have successfully contracted and awarded those contracts in the summer of last year. What we want to bring to the network, and you will hear that term a couple of times during my presentation. You can see the user experience, process automation, or performance, but it's all about agility, bringing functionalities to the network in a different way, more or less at a pace that you want to have functionalities in your different environments. Now, the reason why we started I&M, and it's not just a technical discussion I want to disclose here, because Jean-Michel, my colleague, will enter into more details. But the current system landscape has been developed during the last 25 years. And basically they have served and they have provided successfully functionalities to the network. Now, you can imagine that after 25 years, those systems, in terms of providing new functionalities, they reach their limits in terms of performance and agility. And with I&M, we want to make use of the latest technological trends, architectural elements, to basically transform those systems to the new system landscape. And one of the examples, and Jean-Michel will also come back to that one, is that we want to introduce the concepts of a central data lake, where there is one single source of data that can be provided to the network, to the different users. So we avoid the overlap of systems that provide the data in the current system landscape. Now, while we will transition from the current system landscape to the future system landscape, and as introduced also yesterday by Eamon, we would like the users to have a bit of patience, because it will take some time, and we'll come back to the timeline in the next slide. But the main message I would like to bring to you is that business continuity and ensuring that business continuity is the main strategic driver during the transition. So we cannot allow ourselves to be in a position where at a certain moment in time, we could only provide 50 or 60% of the functionalities we're providing today. So while we'll transition from the current system landscape to I&M, to the future system landscape, business continuity is the prime strategic driver. But whilst we are transitioning, we also want to adapt the organization and the engineering practices to bring, and again, I'm hinting towards the term agility. And last but not least, I think by leveraging new technological concepts and architecture, we really want to accelerate that digital transformation. Now, agility, new technology, new architecture, digital transformation, all buzzwords. But again, EUROCONTROL will not do this alone. During the tendering phase, and that's the top left of this slide, during the tendering phase, we were looking for, and I'm explicitly going to mention the word partners. It's not just about a supplier that we were looking for. We really wanted to go for a partnership approach. And during the tendering phase, we basically selected two main partners to develop, but also to deploy and maintain the future I&M solution. Indra, a well-known company in the ATM business, was selected to develop the new software, and then a consortium of Atos and Kronos to basically deploy, integrate, and to maintain that solution afterwards. And Serica, it's another company that is basically supporting us to develop a new digital platform, but that will be explained more in detail by my colleague Jean-Michel. Just for your information, that we have current partners that are providing excellent support to the current system landscape. They will play a pivotal role in order to support us during the next releases, but also to transition from the current system landscape to the future system landscape. And another way to enhance and to accelerate that digital transformation is also to go for more cloud technologies, hence the fact that we will need to rely on our IT infrastructure partners for that journey. Organizing to promote new ways of working. Ralph will explain you that in terms of the working arrangements we have with the users and the way we interact with the users, we will keep those working arrangements. You will be heavily involved into the requirements phase of INM, into also the testing phase of INM, and that will be basically explained in more detail in the different working groups we have with our different stakeholders. But internally, we really want to go for another way of working. Today, EUROCONTROL is solely responsible for the software development. With INM, this shifts towards our industry partners. So it is the industry partners that are responsible to develop the new solution, the new software, to integrate it, to do substantial testing on it, and also to deploy it on the different environments. But this being said, does not mean that EUROCONTROL will not retain expertise and retain accountability on the end solution. So the business expertise clearly retains within EUROCONTROL. We will also enforce, and especially I'm looking towards Enrico, the technology division with new profiles, with new people. So EUROCONTROL will still remain fully accountable for the end solution. And for you as a user, what you will notice in the coming months is that potentially new people of EUROCONTROL will join the different working groups in order to support you and to explain you even more what we are going to do with INM. I still have 2 slides left, and for those 2 slides, I'm just going to depict you a high-level overview on the timeline. The NM27 release, which is foreseen in spring 2023, will basically be the last NM release in the current process. So that's a release where after that release we will freeze the NM functionalities. So as of that moment, we will go for minimum functional developments on the current system landscape, because basically as of that moment we really want to focus on starting that transition towards the INM system landscape. And as was already introduced yesterday by Eamon, so there is a lot of elements that are currently ongoing to basically start the first operations with INM in 2024. That's the first timeline that is depicted here, and where we will start operations with the new system landscape. So for that one, we are building not only the new software in scope of INM, we're also building a new digital platform. Jean-Michel will come back to that one, and a new operational room, which is foreseen to go into operations as of 2023 already. Then there will be a transition period where basically we will gradually transition from the current system landscape to the full INM target architecture. And once that target architecture is implemented, we can fully leverage and benefit from the technical elements that have been put in place by INM. So just to conclude on my side, I think for INM, the message is quite clear. The lever is pulled, full throttle ahead. And I would like to pass the floor now to Ralph to explain you and to give you some more details on the business view. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning to the people online. My name is Ralph Terrain, so I'm the business manager for INM. And my job is to represent you, the business users, the operational users, okay, that have an interest in what EUROCONTROL delivers to you. So remember me, you will see me a lot in the next 10 years during the program and during the future evolutions. You will see me also in some working groups, in some arrangements, and do not hesitate to contact me, send me emails on whatever you need. So where do you come in? as Sil already introduced, you come in the current arrangements that we have, the operational working groups. And being the business manager means that I have to make sure that all your requirements are taken on board. They will be prioritized. We'll focus on replacing the current systems. But after that, the evolutions, everything that you need will be able to be deployed much faster. So participate to your groups, be aware that you will receive a lot of information through them and that you can give also a lot of input, because these groups are where the requirements and expectations are set. So just as I just mentioned the importance of these working groups, you see that we are using the current NM governance working groups and strategic projects, but based on 4 important values, which are transparency, close cooperation, proactiveness, and commitment to you. In the transition, that will be coordinated, and as Sil has already mentioned, for example, for EAD, which is one of the first operational deliverables, will involve the EAD users into testing sessions. So your inputs, where are they going? What are we doing with them? They will be all consolidated in what we call the NM services roadmap. It's a document that contains all our current capabilities to ensure business continuity, which we will focus on in the first release candidates. I will explain you later the details. And we'll take also all the new evolutions, all the future requirements that you have, and we'll consolidate them in this document. It will be this document will be the sole input to the INM program. Means it's the sole input to the industry partners to the development that will happen in INM. And as a business manager, I'll guarantee you that during the transition, you will have a business continuity, so your services are guaranteed, and that afterwards will bring you the necessary evolutions. So this NM services roadmap, as you can see on the left, current, with the as is and the to be, so the current and the evolutions, we put it together with the current NM systems, our current capabilities. And then we look at the enablers that we need, the evolutions, etc., to put that together in an integrated roadmap. This roadmap contains the content, the sequence, and the timeline of the transition of current functionalities, and then the future evolutions. This is our reference. This has been made by our industry partners with us, and the industry partners commit to that. So there is a strong commitment to this plan to have it into operations. Your business input is, of course, critical, but this guarantees that you will have the service that you need, being it the current service remaining or the new evolutions. So I just explained how critical the integrated roadmap is. There are 3 perspectives in this roadmap. There is the release candidates, meaning the sequence of how we will, during 4 release candidates, replace our current services, and then all the evolutions. These are organized in what we call solution blocks or domains. Okay, for example, IDL, I will come to that, the integrated data layer. So it's all the data aspects from EAD or the current environment system, operational environment system. We have flight, we have flow, we have user experience, and performance, etc. And this is then integrated with the technical enablers, which are the digital platform, and Jean-Michel will tell you more on that, the infrastructure, the monitoring of operations, and security, cyber, etc. So the integrated roadmap is really how we concretely replace our systems and bring then faster evolutions. So if you remember, I talk a lot about business continuity because this is like the #1 strategic objective that Sil has presented. there it is, it's on the left, the number 1, at the level of the release candidates. But we will also introduce new capabilities. Sila said that the last current NM release is 27. So all the functionalities that will be deployed until NM 27 will be taken on board and be considered as current services. We'll also might add some selected capabilities if they are required by regulations, for example, CP1 or any other. So as the DG said, and still I re-emphasize really, is please be patient. Because we have to focus on replacing the current. We have to focus on reducing the technical debt, bringing the current services to the new target architecture. And afterwards, we can really accelerate the evolutions of our systems. So there is a period where you won't see much new things, but you have to be patient. Thank you. Okay, so this is a complex slide, so bear with me, I'll guide you through it, because there are lots of information. So the integrated roadmap, the 4 release candidates explains how we replace our current capabilities, okay? So vertically, you see the 4 release candidates, and horizontally, you see what we call the solution blocks or the domains. So the release candidate 1 is more a technical demonstrator of the digital platform. The details will be given by Jean-Michel just after me. But it's also an early value delivery because the current flight and flow management system will be put on this digital platform with an enhanced ETFMS, ETFMS so being the flow management system scalability. And we have a lot of technical enablers to reduce the technical debt and to start closing the gap also between the flight and the flow. Then one of the most important release candidates, because that's where the operation starts. And in the next slide, I will give you more details on this. I will focus on this release candidate, is the number 2, release candidate 2, where we will fulfill one of the key INM objectives is the replacement of EAD. That's the first big objective. IFPS, so being the flight management system, ETFMS will be partially integrated on what we call the operational data platform. It's a common data model. Instead of having each system having its own database, it's a common data model that so we can exchange data and we can leverage on this for the next release candidates. I'll come to that. Also, we have a first release of the common working position. Jean-Michel will give more details on that, but this is really on the HMI. So this is where you will see some changes. Then we have the 3rd release candidate, where we'll have a fully integrated data layer, meaning the current EAD static data and the environmental data that we need for operations. This will all be integrated. So it means that the CACD, our ENF system, will be replaced. We'll have a dedicated airspace management product that will deal with all airspace management functions. We'll have a single flight view. At the moment, we have 2 kind of trajectories, one in the flight manager, one in the flow manager. So we'll bring that together. And we'll have what we call a one-stop shop, which for you means that we will replace the CHMI. Then finally, by release candidate 4, we'll achieve the target architecture. We'll have enhanced capabilities in dynamic simulations. That's why we need a common data model, for example, for simulations, network impact assessment on airspace management, flight management, flow management. We'll be able to put all this together and have very advanced simulation capabilities. We'll also finalize the replacement of all HMIs with one of the last HMI, but an HMI that is quite important for the operations room, which is the ETFMS or flight flow management system HMI. And we'll finally be able to enable artificial intelligence applications. Once these 4 release candidates are rolled out, then we have our target architecture. We can go for evolutions. So now I'll focus on the second release candidate. So the second release candidate is targeted to be entry in the operations in the first quarter of 2024. And it will be focusing on early enablement of IES data management with a synchronization between the new EAD, which called EAD, and the current EAD using IXM 5.0. We put 5.x because we are targeting 5.1, but we might be doing 5.2. This is still to be decided and to be discussed in the appropriate working group, EAD, SSG. We'll also introduce digital NOTAM. So first with some limitations, but afterwards we'll have a second rollout end of 2024, which will bring full digital NOTAM scenarios as per CP1 regulation, but also all the other applications, services of EAD, which are AIP, NOTAMs, PIB, Meteo, etc. In the release candidate 2, we have also some non-EAD functional deliverables, like the dynamic network plan and the crisis management, crisis portal, Evita, etc. And many more technical enablers that Jean-Michel will explain to you. So these are my last two slides. I want to come back to what we are doing. So what we want to achieve. And what is the potential? The potential for optimizing our business of NM, meaning also the NM Operations Center. In terms of performance, we have a lot of data. We have a real computational challenge to address. That's why we need more modern systems. We want to automate processes to improve business efficiency. We want to have a better user experience that is adapted, that is fit for, to our business processes, and much better what-if functionalities. But even on a wider scale, when we look at what it will bring, what's the potential for the ATM world, what are the benefits? What's in it for us? I will name you three. I think first we need to ensure the service continuity. So we need to have systems that are reliable. And we need to be able to develop new capabilities at a much faster pace. So that's one big achievement that we want to ensure. Then we want to provide the future NM reference trajectory that will better support ATM planning activities. And finally, with the data lake that will be more explained by Jean-Michel, this common data model, we want to leverage all the data that we have, that you have, and to bring it together to bring new services. And finally, and this is going to be my transition with the next speaker, Jean-Michel, who will tell you all about it, is all of this can only be possible if this is built on strong technological foundations, meaning a state-of-the-art digital platform that has safety, security, and resiliency built in by design. Thank you very much. And do not hesitate to come to me at the coffee break or send me an email if you have more questions. Thank you.
So good morning, my name is Jean-Michel Levray. I am the INM technical manager. I am very happy today to present you the technical view of the INM program. So I'm going to try. So first I will start to explain the technology objective. The very first one is obviously to deliver a business capability. So while we will ensure business continuity and maintain and minimize the user impact, We will upgrade our legacy system and develop a new product to deliver the as-is and to-be capabilities. We will adopt a data-centric architecture, and we will implement a single source of truth for data. This data will be accessible to all applications. We have the ambition to resolve the technical debt. So we will limit the diversity of technologies, and we will rationalize the technical stack. We want also to improve agility, and we will apply the safe practice and principle in a pragmatic way. And we will try to reinforce automation in the development lifecycle. We will continue to use the Innovation Lab as an innovator and incubator, sorry. And then we will aim for cost efficiency. So for that, we will use enterprise architecture to control the complexity of the changes. We will apply the reuse, buy and build strategy to develop the application. And we will go for an hybrid cloud approach for the environment. So from the beginning, we will use the cloud hosting for the development environment. Initially, the on-premise will remain, the production system will remain on-premise, and later we may eventually move a non-mission critical system to the cloud infrastructure. So this drawing is another representation of the I&M ecosystem that Sil presented earlier. I think you must be familiar with this picture because it was presented already in an information session about I&M. So you recognize we have lot 1, that is Indra. We have the lot 2 with the consortium S, so Kronos and Atos. We have the digital platform that is implemented by CGK, and we have infrastructure with Atos and the current legacy system. So while in the meantime, we have also selected the industrial partner, and we have set up a governance to ensure correct execution of the contract and to have efficient interaction with the ecosystem. And the work started. So what have we done so far? We have elaborated an integrated roadmap. We have defined a new software delivery process. We have started also the development of the digital platform, the new service layer. We have also started the development of the first packages called initial orders, the EAD and the 4D trajectory predictor. These initial packages, they don't go in operation. We will use them to evaluate the efficiency of the ecosystem and to validate also the technology context. And also, last but not least, we started the technical solution of the operational data platform. This is a digital product that implements a single source of truth for data. I will now come back on all this topic on the next slide. So Ralph presented earlier the integrated roadmap and the top parts, the digital products roadmap. So I will not come back to this. Below, we have the digital platform. This is a new service layer with capabilities. So you have, for instance, API management, custom identity and access management, container orchestration, etc. So the definition of these capabilities, the readiness of the definition is depicted with a number of colored rectangle squares, and then you have also the readiness that is indicated by the colors. Just above, we have also the connection and protocol, which indicate the steps where you have to define the the way digital products communicate within the digital platform or outside the digital platform with a legacy system, for instance. And then you have underneath the infra layer. So we have a brand new infrastructure with A&M. And we have also the operation and the security part. I will now detail a bit more what is release candidate 1 and 2. So the release candidate 1 is mainly technical. It does not introduce any functional changes. What are the objectives of this release candidate? Primarily, this is to validate the interaction with the digital platform. So we will re-platform, migrate IFPS and ETFMS on the digital platform in order to de-risk the subsequent release candidate. We will also use this release candidate to verify the new ways of working. And we will also establish a safety, security, and quality assessment. This is to create a baseline for the release candidates that will go into operations and that require notification and works with EASA. The work behind this release candidate, as explained before, is really technical. We will re-platform IFPS, ETFMS, the dynamic network portal, and we will containerize the query handler for scalability purposes. The HMI, the current HMI will remain, and the release candidate does not go operational. Release candidate 2 will bring a bit more. We will introduce a new digital product. So if I start from the bottom, we will have the operational data platform. We will have the EAD, the replacement of the EAD. So this is a family of digital products. We will have a new crisis management and the new DNP. Then we will have the common working position. So the common working position provide a single interface to the users. Depending on the role, you will have an optimized view, and this configuration will be also managed by the digital product underneath the configurator and transversal HMI. We will have also more technical digital product. So you will have the system health monitors that provide additional information, monitoring information on the business capabilities. On the right side, we have also the system operation integration solutions that will provide an integrated solution for level 1 and level 2 support. In this release candidate, IFPS and ETFMS will also start to use the operational data platform. And finally, the digital platform and infrastructure will continue to evolve to meet the requirement for RC2. The software delivery process I mentioned earlier has been redefined. So we have main goals. The first one is to leverage architecture to obtain the best technical solution and to ease the decision process. We will also promote DevSecOps. So this consists in using iterative process and agile methodology with a quick feedback on a user and a quick early integration. We will also adopt command to shell across the ecosystem for cost efficiency. We will implement the continuous integration during the development of the digital product. And during the phase of verification and validation, we will also reinforce automation. And last but not least, we will enable individual and more frequent delivery of the digital product. So today we are delivering all the system in one release. Tomorrow we should be able to deliver only a part of the digital product, and we should be able to make more frequent deliveries. As explained, the lot 1 delivers the digital product to lot 2. The lot 2 integrate and validate the digital product. But EUROCONTROL remain fully accountable. And for this, EUROCONTROL is adapting its organization to make sure that it remains possible to drive and support the development of the digital product. And you may have seen EUROCONTROL is recruiting again. I would like to finish this technical view by introducing and explaining 2 technical enablers. The first one is a digital platform. So this is a new service layer that will replace over time the NES and the CUA service layer. You see the screen on the screen, a high-level architecture of component and capability of the digital platform. And every capability provides the services that are consumed by the digital product. The design of the digital platform is a technology agnostic, follow technology agnostic approach. The implementation of the platform relies on the integration on many codes. With the digital platform, we want to standardize the development, the hosting, the deployment, and the operation of the digital product. You see on the screen also that Cal and Rad are the first candidate for deployment of the digital platform. The second technical enabler that I would like to mention is the operational data platform. So this is the implementation of the single source of truth, and it provides common data model to all applications. It has a complex architecture that with this ingestion layer provide the capability to read many data typologies. We have also sanitization. We have also a distributed computing layer that allows the real-time analytics and ML. It has also data governance and lineage, which improves the quality of the data. And it provides also the correct data set, the optimum data set to the digital product. It contains also data version control, which will be used, for instance, for the management of the what-if scenario implemented in EAD. And this ends my technical view. I will now hand over to Sil for the conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Michel and Ralph. Just to conclude on the presentation we just provided to you, I think what you should retain is that INM, it's really about transforming the network manager. So it's not just an evolution of a current system landscape, it's really a transformation. We do that in full partnership with our industry suppliers, but not only with industry suppliers, also with the stakeholders. We will do this together, this journey. The focus is the on-time delivery, which is really emphasized also by Jacopo and by Eamon, and that we do not neglect the fact that we have major challenges ahead of us. But I think together with the users, we should face those challenges, and we should be able to bring and to leverage the latest technologies and to bring that to the network. So before we pass to the question and answers, the only thing I would ask to you, to the users, is to take off together with us and to bring INM to a success. Thank you very much.
Okay, so at this point, I think we are sharp on time. It's 10 o'clock. So we have 30 minutes for the questions. Now, I would like to probably give priority to those who are connected remotely. I think we can start with questions that come from various people across the Eurocontrol zone. I also want to tell you that during the day there will be other sessions. So some of your questions may be answered by other, let's say, presenters, such as the one on common procurement. It will be addressed later on during the day. We have our colleague Paul and Dennis that will talk about these subjects. You know, this is similar to what we are already doing with new pens, for instance. Then we have another question on machine learning, fast, effective model deployment and optimization is key. What are the tools and processes you are planning to use? Maybe, Jean-Michel, you want to just briefly summarize. This is a long, let's say, answer, but what is your perspective, Jean-Michel?
I must admit that this is not yet on my radar, but okay. So first of all, we need to implement this, as I mentioned in my slide, we need to have this enabler ODP. This is really the key basis to start this deployment of ML capability. Initially, it's clear that this is going a bit in background because, as we mentioned several times, we want to first implement the current capacity. It will come most probably a bit later.
Jean-Michel, let's stay with you. There's a question from the room regarding the inconsistency between flight status and flight and flow management systems. So the question is, where is actually the issue, how to tackle? I think this is one of the key things that we're addressing via the INM.
So on this one, there is a different solution proposed to tackle this issue. It will come either in release candidate 2 or most probably release candidate 3. Okay, I'm not sure how to tackle it. There is one solution is to group AFPS, ETFMS. The other solution is through the use of the ODP. We can possibly change the internal processing, but I would say that things are not really, the solution is not yet really defined, and we need still to discuss with the technical expert to find the best solution.
Also, Ralph wanted to add something.
Yes, I can give an example because we are really trying to remove the wall between the flight and the flow to get the consistent flight status, because we have to take, for example, if I take just one example is the DPI concept. We need to have the flight planning information as well as the flow management aspects. So we have to combine this. So this is one of the reasons, for example, to bring that together and to have a consistency in the status of the flight.
Now I jump back to the questions coming from remote. One question I see while speaking of, again, regarding trajectory and so on, speaking of the European solution for IOP, what is the relation with the flight object IOP? Of course, this is one of the things that requires work. We're working on it, of course, with you all. Certainly, if we have a common reference trajectory that can help us all in our area. Again, work in progress. There is a lot of activities in the ENDOP and the tech around that. More will come soon. Stay tuned, and I think we work together on that. We have another question from the remote participants on who is in charge of the integration of the infrastructure and software. I think it's a very good question, and Sil, can you elaborate on that?
So thanks for that question. So indeed, as we mentioned before, we rely on partners, industry partners, to support the transition towards the INM solution. What I first would like to highlight is the partner we're relying on basically to support us on the integration of the infrastructure and software. It's the lot 2 that was selected. So it's a consortium Atos Kronos, but nevertheless, EUROCONTROL remains fully accountable. And as Jean-Michel mentioned, today we are in a quite intense recruitment process, especially on the technology division, because if you talk about integration, infrastructure and software, you need to have the experts that are able to control and to challenge what the industry is doing. So it's not that we basically provide all the responsibility, or that we ask industry to do everything for us. EUROCONTROL still remains in charge and will still control what our industry suppliers are doing. So this being said, the responsibility to integrate, therefore we rely on industry. It's a lot too, the Atos Kronos consortium, but with a side notice that EUROCONTROL remains fully accountable for the end solution.
With that, Sil, you partially answered the next question from the floor here in Europa. Who's the main supplier of the infrastructure? As we said, there is a consortium that is in charge of the support, and that we have as EUROCONTROL also a contract with the supplier of technology, of the technology layer. In this case, it is Atos. So I think that was the rest is answered by Sil. I think we should go back now to the questions coming from remote. The next one is about how do we manage within the program the organizational and cultural aspect of digital transformation. Are we finding reluctance to automation? Okay, we have in the room a colleague, Christine Most, who's really working hard on this aspect. So the change management, the change, reluctance to change, or embracing the change. I would say, let me take this question. I've seen that before in another digital transformation process 3-4 years ago in my previous life, in my previous career. I think it's something that we all together can crack and turn a problem or a potential problem into an opportunity. We should embrace the change. We should really find ways to, let's say, generate a positive energy, drive to change. We should also avoid being too enthusiastic and jumping into the void. But let's go to the next question now. I think it's about if I see on the screen the NM applications are shown, various slides. IFPS, ETFMS, IDL was shown. Related to the EAD, no application is shown. NOTAM, PIB. It is planned to show more details at a later stage in 2022. Okay, we partially answered the question, but I want to ask Ralph to elaborate more.
Yes, so indeed, all these applications are part of what we call the EAD family. So we haven't put all them on the slides because we didn't have enough space. So you will get all the details through your working groups, because that's really the way we want to interact with you. But as I said, there will be kind of 2 releases for the release candidate 2, one beginning of 2024, the second one by the end of 2024. And the last one by the end of 2024, it's planned to have the EIP, NOTAM, PIB, MET, ARO briefing, etc., etc. So all these applications are in the scope, but you will get all the details in the EAD SSG.
Excellent. Now a question for Rick Debon. Rick, we would like to know about the process for registering and attending online courses. Is it the same or is it different?
Actually, it is the same, although we also upgraded our learning zone. So all the information you can find on learningzone.eurocontrol.int. So, but it hasn't
Excellent.
changed really. Thank you.
So let's not be shy. Let's get in contact with the Learning Center. Now, I think we have other questions coming. Will the slides be available after phone? Yes, definitely yes. You might have noticed on our EUROCONTROL website, you already have the recording and everything you need to know about the day 1. So you can already go to day 1 if you're curious, if you were not able to attend yesterday. Okay, the next question. Will the INM services also be shared with external partners operating on SOA, such as plug and play services? Will you have a service catalog? I think Ralph can take this question.
Yes, so we plan to continue having what we currently have, meaning the B2B services. So we'll have the B2B services in INM. We don't see a drastic change from the beginning, but then there will be, of course, evolution. So you will be fully able to interact with INM and the digital products of INM through B2B.
Excellent. Now, can you clarify again another question? How long will be the gap while you will not be releasing new functionalities, and what will happen meanwhile? This is something Sil has already addressed, but please.
So indeed, I think from a user perspective, this is potentially the most important question you will have and you're faced with. So we fully acknowledge that along the INM journey, we need to provide the details via the different working groups to you. But at this stage, what we can communicate related to that one is that indeed an initial operational use of the INM solution starts in 2024 with the release candidate 2. You have also seen that we have identified 2 additional release candidates, which will bring more as-is capabilities, replacing as-is capabilities to the network. But as Ralph explained, there are also some selected to-be capabilities that will immediately be implemented through those release candidates. Now, what is clear is that the full benefit of INM and really the full evolution of the functionalities can start after we have implemented that target architecture. So indeed, the detailed planning of that one is still under construction, and you will be fully informed with the working groups about how we will see and how we will evolve towards the INM system landscape. But what is important to retain, I think, at this user forum is that as of 2024, gradually the transition of INM from the current system landscape to the future system landscape will start.
And this is to bring value as early as possible, be on time, on target. I think the new deal is definitely different from the past, especially in aviation. Typical waterfall approach and monolithic approach. We want to be modular and agile. Ralph, there is a question regarding the prioritization. So how and who will prioritize the new applications introduced in INM?
So I will take perhaps the first part of that one. Yeah. So indeed, so as we mentioned, so we have built up that services roadmap. Basically gathering all the requirements that you have provided already in the different working groups. And that services roadmap also determines when new capabilities or when the as-is capabilities and the to-be capabilities are expected to be fielded in a productional environment. As a first step, this has been addressed into the release candidate, as explained by Ralph. But indeed, that prioritization of application has been built also together with our industrial partners to reassure that we can address and that we can implement value as soon as possible towards the different stakeholders. I don't know, Ralph, you have everything to? No? Okay.
One remark on my side, we have quite a simple governance. We have a network management board, we have NDOP and detect. Let's use these channels, let's use these, let's say, modalities of work. There are groups around the different topics, and yeah, let's make the best use of that. Now there is a question for, we jump from, let's say, technical to business. Jean-Michel, there is a question regarding more technology aspect. Does the containerization involve orchestration technologies like Kubernetes?
Sorry, yes, indeed. This is one of the capability of the platform, containerization and container orchestration. Yeah.
And if I may add to that, of course, we should be cloud enabled natively. So everything we do, we should be agile. We should be able to bring workloads as we need and when we need. Another question that comes from DSNA. Bonjour, Hervé Damiano. So your question is, what is the future of NM B2B in the context of INM? Do you plan a change of technology in this area too? In this case, before you guys start, I just want to say B2B, of course, is there to stay and there will be changes, but Ralph, maybe you want to elaborate more on that.
Yeah, I think I already answered this question based on the previous question, which is that we keep the NM B2B services. It's going to be the INM B2B services, but we are not changing the service catalog drastically to ensure also the continuity of your services. We know that when you build an application based on the B2B services, if we change that, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of cost. So we'll need to do that with you. We need to discuss with you when we make evolutions that you are able also to take that into your technological plans to adapt. So don't worry, we are not changing the B2B services drastically. We keep service continuity and we evolve as we have evolved the B2B services in the past, maybe at a much faster pace, and also maybe bringing new capabilities that we couldn't bring in the past because of the architecture that we had.
We jump back to the technical part. Sil, is the digital platform constructed in-house or contracted from an external provider?
So it's indeed contracted via an external provider. So the software provider that is responsible to develop that platform is EGK. Just for your information, is that the development of that platform started basically before we contracted Indra and the ACE consortium, because basically you first need to enable and to put in place your platform before you can deploy the products on top of it. And you will see that in the current NM release, the NM26 release, there is a first version of that platform that will go into production.
Okay, I see that we are covering most of the questions. I think that there is one from Jamie Bloomfield here. How will flow information be shared with and received from parties outside of the INM area of responsibility? Will, for instance, changes in traffic demand and capacity downstream in the Middle East and Asia be communicated directly between external ATFM systems or via each airline AOC per flight plan? On this, I think it's a question that would probably deserve, even an end-up and tech discussion. It's of course the whole let's say topic is in fast evolution. As Tony is saying, yes, today we do have this in place. There may be mechanism in the future to make it more agile, more smooth. We go to another question, digital NOTAM. The requirements specification are not finalized in ICAO yet. Are you planning to support a Europe digital NOTAM and the ICAO format until the worldwide provisions are available? Well, maybe Ralph, you want to take that?
Yes, so I think these are kind of discussions that needs to happen in the EAD SSG, and there will be also Dennis will have a speech.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Dennis Hart is there. So either you want to add it or you will address it maybe in your. Yeah. Do you want to address it? Okay, Dennis, please.
It's up to you, Ralph, or to Enrico. But the short answer is that there is a European obligation coming from the CP1 regulation to implement digital NOTAM by the end of 2025, the latest. So in response to that regulatory obligation, we basically include digital NOTAM in INM. Yes, it is true that some of the discussions are still taking place at the global level, but again, it will not exclude ourselves to meet that European obligation that we collectively agreed on to implement digital NOTAM in a European context.
Okay, now I'm asking Tony, who's here with me, to help me. I think we covered all of the questions that I can see on the screen. I would like to ask if there is anything else, either from the Europa room here at EUROCONTROL or from the remotely connected stakeholders. Is there anything else we have?
Yeah, the one on the EAD application, maybe Ralph can pick it up. So there was mention, but no application was shown. NOTAMs, NOTAM PIBs. What is the plan for that?
No,
I replied to this already.
Yeah. Listen, one thing, the next question will be on EAD, so stay tuned. I think we have we'll have a break, but stay tuned. There will be Dennis Hart moderating, and later on during the day, many other things that probably you are now considering will pop up. So it's a good segue to the next session. Then I think I would like probably to conclude at this stage. Before handing over the microphone to, or the virtual microphone to Tony, I just want to thank you. It was a very good 90 minutes with you. We are very committed to really boost the digital transformation. I think we do it together. We have a cooperative approach. I think aviation in general is very committed to really venture into this bit of green field. Up until now, it's no more green field. It's really solid now. We have good technologies. We can do a lot for efficiency, performance, and sustainability together. So at this point, thank you all, and back to Tony.
Enrico and the team, thank you very much. This is just the start of the journey on communicating on the INM, and I'm pretty sure there will be more sessions like this and more details will emerge as we progress with that. So I suggest we go for the coffee break, and actually we'll have a full half an hour coffee break. So I want to remind you to come back with the 5 minutes before 11. I remind you we have a fire alarm on 10:40. Don't evacuate the building, no matter what the message will say. I think the message will still say don't evacuate the building, but in case you are tempted to, not, unless you want to smoke outside. So let's enjoy the sitting coffee break and be back at 5 minutes before 11. Thank you. Welcome back to the second session of the second day morning of the User Forum 2022 of the Network Manager. We continue our digital transformation journey. Before introducing the session, I want to remind all of you online, use the Q&A feature of the Zoom, and in the room, scan your QR code and pass the questions. So very interesting debate on the INM in the past session, a lot of questions. So I encourage you to raise further questions. In this second part of the morning, so we continue on the next steps for deployment. Actually, it's in two parts. First, an intro, and then we follow with supporting infrastructure and services. The first one will be a duo of Paul Bosman and Maria Grazia Lapiscopia. They probably need no introduction. All of them are very well known in the industry. But they will address, this session will address the much needed acceleration of European ATM modernization and digitalization required by all operational stakeholders and EUROCONTROL to be even closer together. So in this session, the CESAR deployment manager will provide the latest information on CP1, including the results of the increased cooperation with NM, which is in effect starting to create a single value chain. So Maria Grazia Lapiscopia, the Chief Strategy and Program for CESAR deployment manager, she's well known in this building, in this room, previously with INAV, but she has large years of experience in CESAR, Single Sky, and so on. And our Paul, our head of infrastructure in the Network Manager, he's here. We're the old timers considered because we joined EUROCONTROL in the past century, so before 2000. So, and I would not list here his career. So I think Paul will start kicking the can, and Paul, the stage on the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Tony. And please note that I put on a tie today. Yeah, it's sometimes receive jokes about it, but yes, I do have a tie, and yes, I do sometimes wear it, especially for such privileged meetings like today. Okay, good morning. Not to repeat too much what Tony already told you, but every time when there is an update of the CESAR ATM master plan, it's better, brighter, like this, yeah, etc. than the one before. We're going the future is full-fledged, digital, automated, sustainable, modernized, anything, all those good buzzwords, it's all in there. And I think the articulation from one ATM master plan to another gets better and better. What gets better as well is a better understanding and explanation of the benefits. The performance benefits of this bright future are really impressive. Now, what prevents us from going and reaching that nirvana? The answer, at least in part, or for a big part, we believe, is working better together between all the different operational stakeholders and the network manager. And certainly in these times of COVID, when budgets are short, and you saw yesterday from Eamon the predictions for the future, budgets will remain short for the coming year, certainly with all the losses that have been there in the system the last 24 months. It's more important than ever before that we all do whatever we can to work better together. And that's not always easy. I explain it to my people as well, as we need a leap of faith. We need to leave behind our own thinking, our thinking that we are doing it in a certain way is the only way of doing it. And we really need to open, all of us, our minds and eyes and ears to see how we can better work together. In the last 2 years, together with the SDM, we've been trying this out. First, very, very carefully, yeah, and then as it actually worked and it actually gave benefits, we started to increase further and further the cooperation. So in the next 45 minutes, we will further zoom into that. Maria Grazia will start by zooming in what CP1 is and not what it so much is, but what the state of play is and what you can do to accelerate it. And I will further complement it with zooming a little bit in to these partnering initiatives that we have developed over the last 2 years and give then a very quick perspective of how this future could further look for everybody together. Maria Grazia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paul, and good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here today, and most of all to be here today physically. So let's start with my presentation. Could be a bit boring and pedagogic at a certain point, but my wish is really to pass the message that some deadlines are becoming nearer and nearer, and there are some good tools where the guidance to deployment can be checked and consulted from your side. So I go to the next slide. So let's start from the common project. You know that the Commission implementing regulation 409 of 2013 is the one defining the concept of common projects, but also what is the governance for the management of deployment. And of course, also the possibility to receive incentives for the implementation of the European ATM Master Plan. But in practice, what are the common projects? So the main scope is to timely and in a coordinated and synchronized way deploy the ATM functionalities so that they can achieve the essential operational changes. So the way and what goes at the end within the common project are all the functionalities that have reached an appropriate level of industrialization and that are mature for the implementation, and very, very important, that require a synchronized approach. The last common project that is repealing, let's say, the pilot phase of also of deployment in a certain sense is the common project one. This is what is now in place, and it's the regulation from European Commission of 2021-116. It is covering 6 ATM functionalities that go from arrival management, extended arrival manager, to the integration of with demand in a high density area, but airport air throughput, the flexible airspace management and free route, as well as the network collaborative management, and the 2 big essential ATM functionality on swim and initial trajectory information sharing, really at the core of the CESAR concept. So this is a high-level regulation, of course, is what you can find published by the European Commission. What we did in SDM, together with all of you, with all the stakeholders, is to prepare a proposal to the European Commission, the deployment program that was delivered in summer, last summer, to European Commission, and we expect a formal approval by mid-2022. What you can find in the deployment program, it's really your tool to guide the implementation. So first of all, has been consulted and agreed, as I told before, with all of you. So there is a sequence and steps that can help you to synchronize your deployment. There are all the technical details that can help and support your activity, the standards, the means of compliance that need to be respected for each of the ATM functionalities. It's a roadmap for each of the stakeholders to guide the implementation. There are also detailed examples, best practices that can better help deployment. And of course, is the main requirement, the main specification to facilitate the access to EU funding. So the document is composed of 3 main documents: the deployment program itself, that is the political document where you can find the AF and with the main deployment approach and the synchronization needs, together with a standard, an annex on the standards and regulation and means of compliance. And then there is the supporting material that it's really the working level. So where we go into the details of the short-term deployment approach and what are the roadmaps to reach the target date in a synchronized way. Also, you will find some success stories, we call it, but are really the best practices of other stakeholders that have already implemented, because some of those ATM functionalities are really near to 90, there are 80–90% already implemented. And then, of course, the last step is the monitoring that we do. This up to now, this is the planning side that I have described. Then to really understand what are the remedial actions that we need to put in place, there is the monitoring view that we update on a yearly basis. And something would be said also from Paul later on how this year we evolved also this monitoring view in order to have it really more helpful towards the stakeholders. Now it's important, this slide, because in a single snapshot, you can see what are all the main deadlines within the program that are the regulatory deadlines, because we have the 6 ATM functionalities, the 20 sub ATM functionalities described in the regulation, and then the families of projects that can guide the implementation. So you can see that we have 2022, December 22, a number of important deadlines that go from departure management synchronized with pre-departure sequencing or advanced fuel and ISM. Well, I don't go into the details of everything, but my plea today is really to look at this. Of course, you are well aware, but take care because and pay attention, because the next deadlines are December 2022, and it's really around the corner. Now, this is the most let's say pedagogic part of the presentation, because I would like to pass the message that within the deployment program, you really find the information that are necessary to implement the common project and respect the regulation. So you will find, of course, what are the reference in terms of the ATM functionalities, but also the description of what has to be done by when, really in a detailed way, and very, very important, the list of system requirements that needs to be implemented to upgrade the systems and implement the functionalities. Of course, for us are also very important the dependencies with the other families and ATM functionalities within the program. There is a dedicated section on the civil-military coordination, because is where we see sometimes there could be risk of delay or a risk of not harmonized deployment. So it's very important to highlight where this is key and to be achieved at state level. Then, of course, the stakeholders impacted by that functionality, what is the geographical scope in accordance to the regulation. The reference, very, very important, the reference to the ATM master plan, because the deployment is really we need to go more and more towards this single value chain. So the reference for us is the output of the research and development, the solution that then becomes a reality through the deployment. Also, we identify when necessary if there are cybersecurity requirements that need to be respected, more and more considering the digitalization of some implementation. Of course, I think it's very helpful is the family deployment approach, where you will have the milestone description, the achievement condition for each stakeholder category, and last but not least, the performance impact in terms of capacity, flight efficiency. Of course, a special green flag you will see is on the CO2 emissions saving, and of course all the other areas of performance that the family is matching. Now, again, I insist on the deadlines because these are all the December 22 deadlines. You see, there are some important ones on family 211, that is DMAN synchronized with pre-departure sequencing. The family 311, 312, that is ASM and advanced FUA management, and also the management of predefined airspace configuration and the initial free route, because you know, in the regulation there are 2 steps for free route, but the first step we need to complete everything by the December 2022. Of course, also STAM is one of these near deadlines, and also again the traffic complexity tools related to ATM functionality 4. So I hope you take with you this message, and we are now working on the finalization of the monitoring of the program with also a specific risk assessment, and when we will see the risk of not compliance with the regulation, we will contact you and to better understand where you are, but also we need to envisage some mitigation remedial actions with you or some other bodies that can facilitate the fact that we reach all together on time these deadlines. Now I jump to the, of course, that is the planning part, but a lot has already been done, even if still related to the pilot common project, but as you know, a number of functionalities as respected the technical achievements that were already in the pilot common project. So all in all, under our coordination, we had 341 projects. 229 of these have already been completed, as you can see, really all over Europe. And these are information you will find also in the deployment program, and these implementation projects are delivering benefits. We have the extended AMAN projects, a very important project led by DFS, but also with the SNA, which target is the reduction of holding times and of course the reduced fuel burn and emission. You will see also in green what are the achievements in terms of savings of tons of fuels and CO2, as well as the initial epoch and in Orly. So again, reduced taxi time, less fuel burnt, free route in Italy, shorter flight time, and again, CO2 emissions reduction. Also, traffic complexity tool that have been implemented in Czech Republic, helping the increasing of capacity. And again, ATFCM SAM led by EUROCONTROL, Borealis free route, a big project involving 9 countries with really big savings. Free route in Poland also, thanks to an upgrade of the ATM systems, or PBN in Madrid led by ENAIRE. So things are happening. So there is a lot already closed and ongoing, but there are still things that need to be finalized, and I need your attention to focus on what is remaining. So I talked about a pilot phase for what is the content of the regulation on common project, but also we are somehow evaluating a pilot phase for the coordination of deployment. And so after 7 years of operation, what I can say you that there are areas of improvements and areas that must be kept as really an asset within the SDM. First of all is the stakeholders' direct engagement to build the buy-in. Of course, we don't go, especially from an institutional point of view, we cannot go anywhere if there is not the commitment of the investors. So, and this is a paramount, and we need to continue working together with the stakeholders to build the necessary buy-in for implementation. We also need adequate incentives, triggering both early investments, but also, and that we need to focus a lot on where there are the negative business case. So is where we need to focus more the attention in the next years. We found out that a common plan to synchronize and accelerate deployment is really important because can be the blueprint for the investment plans of all the stakeholders bound by the regulation. Also, something that we would like to improve is an inclusive program management function. We have done with some, let's say, flagship projects, but we believe this has to be reinforced even more. We also believe that the steering of deployment by directly involving the industry in the governance, in the planning, in the execution, and in the programs is really what makes the difference. So also important is to identify on time what are the urgent priorities to speed up the implementation. I showed you before the deadlines, that is one of the criteria, but there are also some others, and especially we can focus on how the deployment can happen. Of course, also for us is important to reinforce even more the links of the entire ATM value chain. Maybe in the forum has been repeated several times, and I repeat again, it's essential, the link between the SSR project from the R&D to deployment with the industrialization and standardization in the middle. We don't have to have gaps between the two phases, as well as operations and the monitoring of the operation, of the performance of the operation. This is the entire ATM value chain, and we need to be very careful not to have gaps in this value chain. And last but not least, the collaboration between stakeholders and the network manager. So Paul will describe the added value of our cooperation in these few months, almost 1 year, I have to say. There is a lot, and together we really can do better. I have the proof of this, and that's for now. I leave the floor to Paul to present what we achieved together.
Thank you, Maria Grazia. A very positive and good message, I believe. At the last NDTech meeting, so NDTech, in case you missed something the last 24 months, is the new group we have established with all the highest senior managers of all your different organizations responsible for technology. These people have the job title of CTO or Director CNS and Systems, or Vice President Engineering, or whatever fancy title they all have. But it's the people in all your different organizations that have the top responsibility in terms of budget and content on technology. Yeah, this group comes together 3 times a year, together with the NDOP, which are the directors of operations. They report together to the NMB. And in the last session in autumn, where Maria Grazia made a very similar presentation, the chairman of the NDTech, Ulf Tublin, the CTO from LFV, asked the question, does any of you have a problem meeting the deadlines of the CP1? And nobody had a problem. There are no issues. It's good, eh? It's really good. I'm really looking forward to the end of 2025. But just in case that there may be little thingies, we're here to help. Yeah? And we will soon start by publishing what we call the monitoring view, which shows that perhaps the image the picture is not as pretty as some may all think, etc. People, please, this needs serious attention. Yeah, we really need to meet all these deadlines to get all the benefits that have been identified from it. So what I would like to do in my few slides is just quickly zoom in, perhaps not so much on the what, but more on the how we established this increased cooperation between the two of us. We started in 2019. That was scary stuff, I can tell you that. Yeah, we were really good in waiting for a document from SDM to be published and then publicly make comments on it. Lots of it. Yeah. So in 2019, we said maybe that's not the ideal way of going about. So what we started doing is working on documents before they were published together. Now, we didn't see eye to eye necessarily on all the topics, but it was actually amazing how 60, 70, 80, 90, 95% of all the topics actually were on the same line. It's more a matter on how you express it. Yeah, which language do you use? How do you package it? How do you wrap it up, etc. Once we all understood that, then we started to accelerate things. So we started with PKI, this common PKI project, which is an SDM project, where we have grouped, I think, about 30, 40 stakeholders together in Europe. And as we are really concerned about cybersecurity, and it's a reality now, hacks are a reality. Even EUROCONTROL, the EAD service, was hacked 2 times last year. Yeah, luckily without any breach of data, or not that we know of, but it's happening, and we know it's happening on your systems as well, because through the EAD and CERT service we get a lot of this cyber intelligence. So we really all need to do whatever we can to keep the systems more secure. Common PKI is thereby an excellent example, and I don't think that that technical solution is so much contested. It's more who's in control and how is this governed, and that's where we always lose a lot of time. Or should I say, we have to spend a lot of time because we are all so diverse. We are really so many different stakeholders with different perspectives. And what we identified is that actually we have some working models on this. And this is why the new PENS model is basically copy pasted also for the common PKI project. And I really hope that this year will be the year where all of us can agree that we can launch this. We did the same on ADSB. The SDM people have a mandate to provide to the European Commission status reports on ADSB, come up with proposals on how to further accelerate it, etc. And again, we worked together on the report. We jointly signed up to the recommendations, and the Commission was really applauding the work that we had done. So this gave us courage, for example, then to start working together on data link. Let me remind you that data link is the only short-term technology enabler that we have in the pocket to really improve safety, efficiency, capacity. It ticks all the good boxes, etc. We've been hesitating, having issues in Europe for the last 20 years to really implement it. There is an endless amount of technical bugs, and we really have to put our shoulders under this together. And that's why, again, we started to join forces on this. And I know it's still very early days, but as you will see also this afternoon, we're starting to have results. The technical performance issues of data link are starting to diminish. Seriously, we have major parts of Europe where data link does not have real technical issues anymore. The issue now is operational usage and harmonized operational usage. This, I think, is a direct consequence of the better cooperation between the two organizations and certainly the experts, etc. Yeah, European Commission then put in place the CNS advisory group, where they came up with this notion of a CNS program manager. Now, we think there are enough bodies in Europe, so we really signed up together and saying, hey, let's try to use anything that's existing already in Europe. FAA. The EU-FAA relationship is not always that easy. Again, we use different terminology. We're really good in confusing each other. And the interface for Europe is the SDU, the SDM, EUROCONTROL in its different roles and functionalities, etc. So there we really signed up to what we call Team Europe, and we really pre-coordinate anything. Like yesterday, we had another meeting about TBO. Wasn't the easiest of meetings, but we really stick to our European party line, and the Americans are seeing that, and they go like, oh, okay, we really need to think how we really work better together with Europe now. On the monitoring activities, I have a separate slide. Financial engineering. The European Investment Bank knocked on the door and said, we have money. Actually, plenty of money. Yeah, like trillions of euros. That's a lot of zeros. Yeah. And they have received political encouragement to reach out to the aviation industry to see how they can further help. So not only with the senior SAF funding, but also by setting up special purpose vehicles, all sorts of things that you can imagine. Now we know that some member states have very good rates from their own banks, etc. But this is not the case for everybody. And again, what if we really team up and do joint financing setups, etc. In these days of COVID, really, I think something to look at. Stay tuned for 2022, where we hope to give you more information on this. Then common procurement on data link, I come back to it. The TBO I already mentioned, not only inside Europe, but also towards the Americans, etc. SWIM deployment. We've been spending 6 years in Europe talking SWIM governance. And that was good because it clarified a number of things, but then we somehow couldn't get over the hurdle to actually put something practical in place. Whereas the deadlines of CP1 on AF5 are storming towards us big time. Yeah, end of 2025, it's really coming to all of us. So what we said, okay, it's difficult to find really agreement on this governance thing. So let's start with deployment webinars. And if I see the hundreds and hundreds of people that participated to these webinars and the lots of questions we had and the sharing of best practices and lessons learned, I think we're doing a good thing. And I wish everybody a bit of courage and a bit of faith. Take your leap of faith to see if we can now practically setting it up in the right way in the coming months in terms of the governance. Okay, there is more things that are coming, and I think it's now time to move on and maybe zoom in a little bit to yet one other example. Through the A6 and their very good code initiatives, as well as the support that the SDM was giving, data link really requires all the effort we can find. And one aspect that they identified was that it could be a good subject for what we call common procurement. This again is very difficult. Governance, control, financial flows, voting rights. I mean, there is no end to the number of things that you can really discuss, etc. When then last year, I think it was end of March, beginning of April, we said, okay, but data link is really so important for us. We really need to step aside from all our previous positions. And in April, we started working on a common position. In June, we had it. In 2 months, we established a joint position on the common procurement for data link. It was sent to the NMB, to the Commission, to EASA, to all the Provisional Council, and we had unanimous approval for the setup of what we now call the ATS Common Data Link Service, the ACDLS. Yeah. So established and formally established in October of last year, starting with 17 ANSPs and EUROCONTROL, and you see on the map who is involved, and basically that is the vast majority for whom it really has to implement data link. EUROCONTROL has been appointed as the procurement agent, and we really hope to have it up and running by 2025. We actually hope to have it earlier, but okay, we became wise from earlier common procurement activities. This will take still a bit of more time. Dennis, in the next session, will zoom in a bit more on these type of activities, but I think it's a very good example of when we really work together, you can have economies of scale. Yeah, you have a better technical performance. You can have one certification process instead of 17 or 18, etc. And the overall service will really improve. And you have a vehicle to accelerate the deployment of new technologies, boom, in one go for the whole of Europe. Yeah, and this is something we need to do. We need to make up our mind. What are we going to do? Is it going to be LDAX? Is it going to be SATCOM? Is it going to be 3, 4, 5, 6G? Whatever the latest techno is. Is it going to be all of it together? But we need to come clear in Europe what it is that we want as the next datacom technology. Again, workshops, joint workshops, and things are planned, but we need to take some steps on this in Europe. One other point is the double reporting, to which Maria Garcia alluded to as well. This was not our finest moment in Europe, I think, if we're honest with each other. Yeah, we had both sides, and all for legitimate reasons. We all have our mandates, the things we have to do. We had separated reporting cycles, different cutoff dates, different tools, different entry points, etc. And over the last year, we completely worked out a single process, a single tool, a single reporting cycle. It's really fantastic. And it's really the teams, and there I need to congratulate the experts, the real people that do the work, that really have been able to work together and understood that by working together, you can much more benefit for the whole of European ATM. And I think it was this week or last week that we published the website now And it looks fantastic. It's really a joint effort, and this is just one place where you see all the monitoring data coming together. Okay, last slide, and then we can go to the questions. Now start to imagine that we do this systematically on any topic, whether it's any type of planning that we're wanting to do, any type of deployment, not only on data link, but also on, dare I say it, CNS rationalization, or maybe we should use the safe word, CNS modernization. But we have no shortage of CNS infrastructure out there, certainly on an L8. And it would be really good if we can together work on that, always respecting the state responsibilities in this. A third aspect here on deployment is that we also have to look together at the greening of ATM CNS infrastructure. Yeah, the whole of ATM CNS infrastructure, we guesstimate, is the equivalent of more than half of Malta's annual energy consumption. We need to play our role in decarbonizing also the ATM CNS infrastructure. In terms of monitoring, it's not only the monitoring in terms of implementation progress, it's also the CNS monitoring. And we have a complete session on that in the afternoon. Stay tuned. It's really fantastic what's happening there. The whole digitalization with SWIM, with EAD, with cyber, artificial intelligence, a lot is coming towards us. And we really need to team up and, first of all, get the benefits for us in Europe, but also really team up to make sure that we stand united to what's coming from other parts of the world, which perhaps have a potential to take us over. Yeah, but the most important is that we really work in partnership. And I hope that's really the message that you get from our presentation here. Yeah, we need to work together. We need to be working even more together. We need to all take that leap of faith. It's not always easy. I can even speak for myself. There are things that 2 years I didn't want to talk about. Now it's completely natural. Yeah, and I think that really goes for all of us. Governance, always a tricky issue, but we have now plenty of models of how we can make such things work. And I'm counting on everybody really to play its part and accelerate and modernize European ATM. Thank you very much. Okay, we're starting to receive some questions already, and I think we have until 45, Tony, is that correct? Okay, first, puts a smile on my face. Olaf Dlugi. I don't know if you know Olaf. Olaf was the chairman of the CESAR definition phase. This was the project from basically 2005 to 2008 that created the first ATM master plan. We set up a already then partnership with industry. For myself, it meant that I was seconded for 3 years to Airbus. So me and my family went to Toulouse. But Olaf was the one that, with a lot of courage, I can tell you this because those discussions were not easy at the time, chaired that whole group and brought it forward in the successful creation of the first ATM master plan. So Olaf is asking the question to you, Maria Garcia. Reducing emission means not only CO2, but also noise. And then it comes, why does the implementation of GBAS to enable curved approaches take so long? Maria Garcia, go for it.
Sorry, okay. So yeah, it's a good, very, very good point. Unfortunately, GBAS is not in our file. We thought it was at the beginning because it was part of the initial common project. We worked anyway on it because we prepared the CBA, and we worked also here together with EUROCONTROL, with the EASA, with CESAR-GU to prepare a strategy towards GAST-F with an intermediate step on GAST-D, if I'm not wrong, to be implemented in Europe. So this file is still in the hands of the European Commission. I share your point. I would start tomorrow, but we need still some more time, it seems.
Indeed, and the GBAS discussion is not an easy one. First of all, there's no shortage of technology choices, as Maria Garcia also points out. GAST-C, that's there, or we're going to go GAST-D or GAST-F, that's fully Galileo compliant, etc. And then also the business case for GBAS is not an easy one. Yeah, it's not the ones that get the benefits that are paying for the investments, etc. So that's where really we believe as well European coordination and, dare I say, some European financing needs to come in, because otherwise it's going to be always a very difficult call. Latest statistics that I received, or that we received last week, is though that we see some improvements in the usage of gas C now, and that's a promising thing. And we are at the moment launching a survey again together with the SDM, and we'll hope to have a workshop, I think in June it is, to discuss further with the stakeholders to see what could be done. Okay, next question. I do agree that data link is very important to deliver all you said. I guess you say data link because DLK, I think, is a typo. Nevertheless, some ANSPs are not using it. How can we improve this? Do you want to start?
Also here, the work we are doing together is to promote the usage, the operational usage of data link, because the systems requirements are there. Now it's really the operational use, and this is really where we need to work together with the stakeholders in the promotion of it. We are on it, and also here it's a joint effort. It's really the operational use.
Indeed. And so for those of you that tune in every Monday at 4 o'clock to the ENDOP weekly briefing on the state of play of the operations and technology, etc., know that since a good year, we are including every week one slide with the state of play on data link. And we see increased usage. We see it building up actually week by week. And then one of the more recent things that we're identifying is that when you do data link, it's the pilot that needs to initiate. They need to do that first click in the cockpit on creating the logon. Once they've done the logon, then the controller can react and start do the DC-DC communication, etc. And what we're identifying is that still quite a number of airlines are a bit shy or unaware about the capabilities that data link is offering, etc. So we really need to work all together on this and improve the awareness and harmonize a bit further the operations. We still have 4 minutes. Don't hesitate to put your questions into the system. And Manfred from IATA also very correctly reminds us that the GBAS Alliance is working on GovD and GovF and IATA in the lead. And we're very happy with that as the coordinator of Node, etc. And they also welcome any support that they can get. Yeah. Manfred, okay, now we're going for the easy questions. Synchronization is very important, Paul. How will it be done better, please, in the future?
Some of the, it's working now. Some of the indications are within the program. We are reaching our stakeholders for having a synchronization among different categories of stakeholders, between the same category of stakeholders, and time-wise. So this is a complex process. It's done in a planning phase, but also in an execution phase. We will try to improve, Manfred. As you can imagine, it's not an easy exercise because all the stakeholders have different plans with different timelines for the business plans. However, one of the targets is really to finally align these business plans, and we need to maybe insist on some intermediate steps to put some checkpoints as intermediate steps. But also there, the last 2 years were really impacting this work, and what we thought we achieved before the pandemic crisis, we lost a little bit. We see in the projects that we are coordinating. But indeed, this is a big priority, and we are on it.
Thank you. Any last questions from anybody? Type very rapidly. No, I don't see anything coming. So Manfred is sending lots of applause and thank you messages, etc. So we seem to be doing something good somewhere. So again, I thank you for your attention. And if there's one thing to remember from this presentation, it is please do anything you can to work better together to accelerate the modernization and digitalization of European ATM to get the so much needed benefits and performance benefits that we really need for the coming years. It takes courage and it takes a leap of faith by everybody, And again, counting on all of you. Thank you very much.
Maria Grazia and Paul, thank you very much for this radiography. Thank you for a summary of where we are and what we need to do. You see some of the milestones are coming very, very short. It's December 22. Others are tomorrow, December 2025. So thank you very much for that. We move to the next slot in this session, supporting infrastructure services. Will be moderated by Dennis Hart, our Head of Information and CyberSec Unit of EUROCONTROL. Dennis as a formation is a meteorologist, and actually it's the one single meteorologist that we recruited many years ago. Then we improved and we had two, so 200%, and then we reduced to one because our dear Dennis grew up in the ranks and now he's heading the infrastructure in the infrastructure division, the information and cyber unit. So in his session, he's accompanied by external speakers in the same format that we had before, where we bring together ANSPs, airlines, and us to discuss the supporting infrastructure services and giving an insight on some of the common services already provided, as well as foreseen future services. Dennis, the stage and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tony, and good morning, everybody. So indeed, it is up to me now to do a little bit of a deep dive into some of the common infrastructure services that we are already providing, and also to give a little bit of visibility on what is in the pipeline and what we basically as a collective, as a network contributors believe that is needed in terms of developing new services. Before I start and also again make a link to the colleagues that are virtually online, so Ivan, Johan, and Andre, I also need to correct that gentleman that was wearing a tie. That we of course know that when it comes to the cyber attack on the EAD, that the operational data was basically secured. Yes, we were attacked twice, but the operational data was not basically tampered with. But again, for me, this is also a clear example of one of these services that we put alive already a couple of years, being the EAD and CERT, where we as a collective, again, together with the cybersecurity experts, really in an open and transparent way, try to discuss all these resilient measures that we basically need to take. And based on that good cooperation, again, the EAD was ready to also recover from such an attack. And again, already that attack happened twice. So we are probably on the hit list of some people around the globe when it comes to cyber attacks. So supporting infrastructure services. So again, it is one of the key pillars, one of the key objectives when it comes to the network manager providing services in support of all the operational stakeholders, and at the end of the day, meeting all the objectives to improve the network management. So again, it is all about delivering new or existing shared services in partnership with industry, supporting the operational effectiveness and economic efficiency. Again, that is what is officially listed. We should also not forget, like Paul already indicated, that supporting infrastructure services, common infrastructure services are also a big contributor to, again, the digitalization objectives that we as a collective have. And also when it comes to being more green or more sustainable from that perspective, also their common services could really bring a benefit compared to having have services everywhere in the network, so to say. So again, it is about delivering shared services, again, in partnership. And like also Paul already indicated, this is really not new. We already started this journey together in the 1990s. That is where we already embarked on group buying for air traffic management. And that is where we already started to develop our first common services, again, that supported all the stakeholders in the network. To first tackle also the financial part, also already alluded on by Paul. So for the common services, the common infrastructure services that we have today, we apply different charging and costing models. Some of them are paid through the EUROCONTROL budget. Others are delivered on the basis of a user pay principle. And again, as Paul indicated, we are also discussing with the European Investment Bank what their contribution or potential contribution could be to any new common infrastructure services that we would like to develop. Again, the journey of these common infrastructure services started in 1990 with some infrastructure and surveillance tools and services. Then in 2003, we put the EAD in operations. In 2009, we started with the Pan-European Network Services, which was renewed and rebranded as new PANS in 2018. And in 2017, I again already alluded to it with respect to the cyber incidents on EAD, we set up the EAD and CERT that is supporting all the stakeholders in the network with the relevant, let's say, intelligence and the relevant framework and platform and services to really make the whole industry a bit more cyber resilient. And when it comes to last year, as indicated by Paul already, the start of the ATS Common Data Link Services, the ACDLS, and we have, of course, also put operationally in place the SWIM registry, which was the successful outcome of one of the implementation projects as part of the PCP. So what do we have in mind for the common infrastructure services this year, next year? That is where we also now need to take stock of the common cyber PKI implementation project, also run again in a PCP CP1 SDM context. So that is where we are in the last phase of consulting the deliverables of that implementation project with the stakeholders. And after the successful consultation, this is a next element which we would like to propose again to the network stakeholders as a common service that basically needs to be put in place. Discussions already started at the level of the network directors of technology. They are all fully supportive of the idea. And again, this is something that we need to develop further over the year to come. Another service that we also need to bring in operation, and that needs to be done by early 2023, the latest, is the so-called ICAO location of aircraft in distress repository. So what is that service? So a little bit of background, and here I copied and pasted a number of slides that were used by ICAO in their Council and Navigation Bureau deliberations on the topic. So ICAO started an initiative also with the help of the European stakeholders and EUROCONTROL in 2014, where they basically came up with the idea and later on the concept to have a global aeronautical distress and safety system in place. Basically as a follow-up of the AF447 and the MH370 incidents and accidents. So to have a little bit of a better perspective on where the location of an aircraft in distress, and maybe even later when something unfortunate happens with that aircraft, that we have again a little bit of a better understanding where the aircraft is located. So within that global aeronautical distress and safety system, there is also an element called the ladder, the location of aircraft in distress repository. So that is the database, the global database that holds that last location information of each and every aircraft that is flying around the globe. That development was basically sort of socialized with each and every global player, so to say, and each and every state and or an international organization was invited to bring a proposal to the table. And that is where EUROCONTROL brought a proposal to the table, coordinated through the network directors of technology, coordinated also with the European state, that this is typically a service that we could push forward as a common infrastructure service managed through EUROCONTROL, but again, through the working arrangements that we have with all the European stakeholders, and also to secure that this ladder is done in a proper way, in an efficient way. So at the end of the day, that we also can give trust to the European flying passengers, or basically the flying passengers, that when it comes to information of aircraft in distress, that information, that data is managed in Europe and by a European entity. So that EUROCONTROL proposal was discussed at the level of ICAO. There were already some preliminary discussions done within the ICAO Council. And this was really not staged for the NM user form, but we received yesterday evening the letter from ICAO, from the Air Navigation Bureau, that they basically want to pursue with the EUROCONTROL, with a European proposal to put the location of aircraft in distress repository in place. So dear colleagues from INM, we still have some work to do also on this development. So again, that is one of these common services where I wanted to give you a little bit of more detail on what we basically have in the pipeline. But also when it comes to these other common services, and you are maybe not that familiar or that aware of these common services, this was also the perfect opportunity to give you a little bit of an insight in how some of the colleagues in the network are using some of the services like EAD, EATM, CERT, and the swim services. So that is where it is really about the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and that is where I will hand over to the three colleagues that are virtually with us. So we will have a little bit of an insight in how EAD is used, how EATM CERT is used, and how some of the common swim services are used. So you see here an order which was slightly altered. So we go basically from an historical point of view. So we go first with the EAD service by Johan, then we go to the EATM CERT service by Andre, and then we close that part of the session with ICARO map from Ivan Diaz-Perez from NERA. So with that, I would like to hand over to Johan. So Johan, good morning still for 4 minutes. So Johan is, like Tony already indicated, the head of the Aeronautical Information Management section in SKIES. And again, he will provide us with a little bit of an insight on how they are using EAD. Johan, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Dennis. I hope you can hear me well. Okay, I will then try to share my screen with you all. Okay, so it's my pleasure to give you some information about our experiences at SKIES with the use of the EAD system. Let me start by giving a very short introduction about SKIES itself and the AAM Belgium division. So SKIES is the ANSP of Belgium, as most of you will probably know. Until 2018, we were known under the name of EUROCONTROL. So SKIES is an autonomous government company which employs about 1,000 staff members, and is responsible for, first of all, the ATS services in Belgium and part of Luxembourg. Luxembourg is only that part above the TMA of Luxembourg. We provide also the CNS services for Belgium. AM services are provided for Belgium and the Dependency of Luxembourg. And we also provide the aeronautical and meteorological services for Belgium. So the AM department has 3 operational units. We first of all have the ARO and the NOF, which is an integrated unit. So the NOTAM office provides the NOTAM service for the entire Brussels FAR, so that's both Belgium and Luxembourg. The ARO service is working for the Belgian aerodromes. Then we have the AIP office, which is making the AIP and the aeronautical charts for Belgium and Luxembourg. And then there's also the Special Activities Coordination Cell, which we usually abbreviate to SPAC. And this is a cell that is coordinating all the activities in the airspace that require special handling by ATC for skies and Belgian defense. So the AIP office and the Special Activities Coordination Cell, they are operating in an integration service together with Belgian defense. And so this integrated service, which is legally part of skies, but is supported by defense with both staff members and payment of part of the system's costs. This service is branded under the name of EAM Belgium. For the moment, the ICARO and the NOF services are not included in that, but this is something that will normally change in the near future. So we have migrated all of our operations to EAD over a period of almost 20 years now. As already said by Dennis, the EAD started operations in 2003. And we started our migration in 2004 with the introduction of the PAMS and the SDO module. And so the PAMS is the module for the actually the EAP database of EAD, and the SDO is a central static data database that contains all of the static data, which are currently maintained in AXM 4.5 format still. So 1 year later, in 2005, we migrated to the INO-DP module, which is a module that is used for the NOTAM creation and distribution. And then in 2012, we migrated also the ICARO activities, which is the briefing facility, which is a sub-unit actually of the INO data user module. At that point, we also started using the EAD system to provide pilot briefings towards our end users. Then in 2016, we migrated our AIP production to the EAD module. For that, which actually consists of FrameMaker, which is an Adobe product, which is supplemented with a specific module for the AIP creation and the link with the database called XML APS, which is provided by the British company MAS. And also in the meantime, over a period of almost 10 years, we migrated all of our charts to the charting module of EAD. So that was between 2007 and 2016. So this charting module is based on MicroStation, which is a CAD drawing product from Bentley, which is supplemented by a SmartGlobe, which is software that allows the specific functionality for the aeronautical charting, and also there provides a link to the database so that we have an integrated product there. And as a result of that, we are currently using the EAD for all of our AS and ICARO operations. I will give you some explanation about the local setup. I'm not going to go into too much technical detail because I don't think that's really the scope of today, but just to give you a high-level overview of how everything is operating. So first of all, we have the AIP office, which is using the the EAD modules for the AIP, the charting, the static data database, and the PAMS, the AIP library. So there we have actually 4 EAD Pro terminals. So that are terminals which allow us to work directly on the system in B2C. And these are connected to the central EAD system via the new PENS interface. Of course, since the start of the Corona crisis, the AIP office is mainly working from home. And so we had to find a way to allow them to work on the EAD system from home. We initially solved this via a remote access that we gave them to the EAD stations from home using their own LAN laptop, their SKYS laptop, via the SKYS VPN. Now we discovered that this is actually working quite well, but has some limitations in terms of access to the PCs, especially for things that require more, let's say, screen features like the charting, where you need a big screen and where it's useful to have a second screen, which is not possible with this remote access. So in the meantime, we are actually replacing all of these EAD Pro stations that we have at the office with laptops, so that the people from the IP office can take their laptops at home, and then they can connect them directly to the EAD over the internet via a VPN connection. Then we have the ICARO and the NOTAM office. So they are using the INO-DP module for the NOTAM creation and the briefing facility for the flight planning functions. So there we have 3 stations, also EAD Pro in B2C. So there's 1 for the NOTAM office and 2 for the ICARO. And they're also connected directly via the new pens to EAD. So for the flight planning, we also need access to our own AFTN system because the AFTN interface for the flight planning is not provided by the EAD itself for the moment. So therefore we have the so-called briefing facility box, which is actually a relay server that allows us to exchange messages between the EAD system and our own AFTN system. And so we use this to receive all the flight plan messages and also to send them back. So via this way, we also receive the flight plan proposals that we get via our flight briefing website. So these are actually sent as an AFTN message and are received that way into our EAD application. In order to be able to provide flight briefing to our pilots, we also have a direct connection from our briefing website via B2B interface to the EAD service over the new pens, which allows us to retrieve pre-flight bulletins with relevant NOTAMs for the pilots. And then we also have for the Aeronov contingency location, which is completely off-site and therefore has no access to the new pens. And so in order to be able to work on the EAD system there, we also have a direct connection using VPN over the internet. For the rest, this setup in this contingency location is a full copy of the normal ops room, so that we can provide services from there without any loss of system of quality of the service if needed. Then there is also from the side of ATM, the data management unit there, who is processing the operational data that are entered into the ATM system. And they are using also an EAD Pro unit for the SDODU, so data user. So that means they only consult data. For the moment, this is a purely manual process. Our ATM system is not supporting the AXM data model. So there is no possibility to ingest data directly into the system. So, but they do consult EAD, to verify data and sometimes also to download the data, which they then manipulate manually to introduce them afterwards in the operational ATM system. And last but not least, we have since the last 2 years also an application that provides information to drones, which is the droneguide.be app. And so this application also imports some data that are actually managed by EAD, which is mainly airspace data. So those are zones that have also restrictions or specific instructions for drone users. And so these data are important into this application via a B2B interface via one of our commercial partners. And so they consult NOTAMs and static data. So what are the upcoming plans that we still have for our use of EAD? Yeah, first of all, we hope to migrate to the AXM 5.1 model at the end of the year in December. We are doing this as part of the first batch of B2C users of the EAD system. And so this is, of course, an important step because the AXM 5.1 is already since quite some time the legal minimum requirement actually for the static database model, and it will also enable us to better exchange data with external parties who are to a large extent already using the AXM 5.1 model. We are also working on the implementation of a new AAM data portal and flight briefing website. Our current website is actually very old. It's more than 15 years old. Functionality is not really up to scratch anymore. And so with this new website, we want to provide up-to-date data services and also provide a much more interactive flight preparation and flight briefing module. And so the purpose is, of course, that all the data that we will use in this website, that they will be retrieved also from the EAD system. We also plan to introduce the AIP dataset and the instrument procedure design dataset, which are part of the new standardized AS products which are both, which were introduced first by ICARO and are now also part of the new European legislation. So for the EIP dataset, for both datasets, we are awaiting actually the availability to create these datasets in the EAD system. So for the EIP dataset, it is currently planned for release in 2023. For the instrument procedure design dataset, there is no release planning yet. So in essence, as soon as the system is able to provide us these datasets, we will normally also publish them towards our users. And of course, we also plan to migrate to the new EAD modules that are created as part of the INM system. So yeah, these modules will normally gradually be introduced over the coming years, normally until 2025. And so yeah, we will normally try to switch to these new modules as from the moment that they are available. And so we are quite looking forward to this, first of all, because yeah, we hope to get new state-of-the-art interfaces with these new modules, and because the interfaces of most of the actual system is almost 20 years old, and so there has never been much structural improvement in these interfaces. So they are quite old-fashioned in the meantime. And of course, we also hope that the new EAD system will provide us new functionalities. First of all, the digital NOTAM, which is also a requirement from the Common Project 1. And we are also hoping that in terms of services towards unmanned aviation, that the new EAD system will also provide us additional features, as this is a rapidly increasing field within aviation, as you probably are all aware of. Then to conclude my presentation, a bit of an evaluation at a quite high level, what are the pros and the cons of being an EAD Pro user. I would say that the very first big advantage, which is of course especially for smaller ANSP like SKYS is quite useful, is it's a very cost-effective solution, because we do not have to develop anything on our own. The main system, we can use it without direct costs, because it is paid via the general budget of EUROCONTROL. And so we only pay the license fees for the interfaces. What comes with this is that if there are any regulatory changes or enhancements at system level, that these are all managed by the EAD system, and so they are implemented without local effort from our side. So of course, we do have to manage the operational implementation, but at the system level, everything is actually managed, and we just have to deploy the new version of the software, and everything is managed for us. As we do not have a local EAM system, this means we also do not have a local database. And of course, this means that we do not have any problems to exchange data between the EAD and the local database, and that we can also not have any consistency problems, which is one of the typical things that will occur if you have a local system, where this earlier or later, there's also always going to be some kind of problems with this. And of course, we also have the global AIS data readily available because they are in the EAD system, and we have a direct access to the system. Disadvantages of the system, I would say that one of the things is, of course, that the customization possibilities of the system are limited. If you have your own system, you can just go to your supplier and buy any customizations that you want to have. This is a possibility that we do not have. So of course we can do change requests, but there are a lot of stakeholders in the system, and the budget is of course not unlimited. So choices have to be made, and sometimes things that you request can be implemented relatively quickly, which means within a period of 1 or 2 years. But sometimes if there is not a lot of interest in the changes you want to have, then it can be that they remain unprocessed for quite some years, or that they are never implemented at all. The second thing is that we have limited fallback possibilities if the EAD has an outage. Those AES services in Europe that have an own system, they typically have the EAD as a backup system if anything goes wrong with their own system. Of course, since we don't have an own system, we can't do this the other way around. So if EAD has an outage, we have limited possibility. We do have, of course, possibilities to still send AFTN messages directly via our AFTN system, which means we can still issue flight plans and NOTAMs, for instance. But yeah, for the rest, we have limited possibilities. And last thing is, of course, that the advantage is that EAD is managing the regulatory changes. The disadvantage is that if for any reason regulatory requirements are not implemented in time in the EAD system, then of course the result is that we are not compliant because we have no own system, we have no backup possibilities there. This is of course not the standard way of working, but if it happens, we are without backup. Although you have to say also that towards your NSA, it is maybe one of the better excuses to say, but we are depending on the European EAD system and the system is not ready yet. This is something, of course, that your NSA might be relatively understanding about, but this has also limitations. And this more or less concludes my presentation. So I don't know if there are any questions to this.
So thank you, Johan, for that elaborate explanation how you basically have implemented EAD, and especially from my perspective, also the pros and cons are extremely relevant as part of discussions on EAD, but also on the future of EAD, but also when it comes to other common infrastructure services, because probably they are as relevant to other common infrastructure services as for EAD. My main take is use EAD as your excuse for an NSA. So that is if that is the lesson learned. No, all kidding aside, I think you made some relevant points. Before we take potentially questions, I would like to go now to Andre to do the next presentation, then to Ivan, and then we basically have a common Q&A session to address any question or observation that may exist. Andre, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. Can you hear me? I believe yes. So welcome also from Lufthansa side, and I'm very happy to be here. And my name is Andre Runker, and I work in the operational research in Zurich. I take this opportunity as basically just less information. Last year was the year of security culture, so this is going to be a good initiative to align this priority to increase awareness. Today, we are really in a world where of network transformation, digitalization, and the cyber criminal are really getting cleverer and cleverer. So they are really able to do good fake site website, and according to the search engine you're using, actually the ranking is even better from the one of this fake website of your site actually. And this is one of the reasons why we need also to have support and to be able to exchange our experience and the support for other stakeholders, and an opportunity to tell you inside how we use the ATM CERT, because we believe the ATM CERT helps airline fighting the fraud and identifying those fraudulent websites and preventing their access. I also want to emphasize something that we are not talking about the vulnerability on our system. It's really the fact of being, it's not a defacement of our official website. And this is really something that everybody has to understand it. I mean, this is really something that comes beyond our let's say, way of controlling. And to fight this, the only way is really to include automation of elements of the incident response function, a sort of centralized cybersecurity function across all companies. So I just want to introduce this to make it clear, understand it, that how important this is, and why we as Lufthansa Group, we believe it's important that everybody understands this. So I'm going to share my screen and I give you my presentation actually. I hope you see it. So these are the EAD and CERT service we're using. Basically, we're using the credential leaks.
Andre, we are not seeing your slides for the moment.
Oh, okay.
We can share them for you if you want to.
Hold on. Can you change? I go back to. So you see my screen now?
It works. Perfect. Thanks.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Please go to presentation mode and it works. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see now?
Yes. Thanks.
Perfect. Sorry for that. So, so these are the services we're using. So actually the service, the credential leaks, fraudulent website, frequent flyer account access, and the exchange of cyber info intel. Additionally, on this presentation, also want to talk about the pen test service that we also going to use in the future. That's why I really want to emphasize this, and the cyber and the common PKI. One of the tools we really use for the credential leaks is actually Spy Cloud, and the Spy Cloud really helps us to take action on exposed employee credential and reduce the risk of data breach. It also automatically detects the resetting and prevent compromised employee passwords. And what is also important is that they protect executives' personal accounts without invading their privacy. We have a weekly report actually on this, and it's really used on the company, and is really helpful about this one. And one of the things I want to talk about is about the MISP malware information sharing platform, which is one of the main actually CERT service that we're using. We have a CERT in Frankfurt, and Lufthansa Group regularly receives the MISP events by the EAD and CERT. In this event, we have a lot of quality indicators of compromised information about techniques, and procedure, these TTPIs. The benefits is actually it improves the detection and blocking, and absolutely avoid duplicate works. It's a really quick wave. I mean, what I mean by this, hypothetically, if United, for example, detect a pattern, some fraudulent website that comes in, this information goes in real time to all participants, and we on our side, we can then check it, try to recognize this pattern, and really helps a lot of time and resources, because we can just immediately focus on this point here. And you see the sharing platform are spread out over Europe and North America, and you have some MISP and some national CERT entities, and they all talk together. From Lufthansa side, the CERT is in Frankfurt, and from there it spreads over the information to all the Lufthansa group. Other topics we are contributing to is actually by this sharing information, we are participating in the NDTech, IMT Cyber, and we also participate in the common PKI CEF. One of the big services I want to talk about this is about the pen test that the EAD and CERT is offering. As I told you, we are going in network transformation, and we are going, all airline are going in a cloud environment, basically all of them. So this migration to a cloud environment is really very challenging. So we have all the responsible have to identify the challenging of creating a right suite of tool to monitor the cloud key network. In our case here, it's actually the big item is we need the data, we need to have information, but we are not able, or we don't want to share all these data around. So and to do this one, we have to create an environment over the cloud that we can exchange the solution, but not the data. And this is a new challenge. It's a completely new environment that nobody really has. And here with the EAD and CERT, which has gained a huge know-how, we want to try to start on next coming March to start to do a pen test to distribute, to identify, distribute malware code by computing packages and take over internal application, or to simply or use simply computing to read out and transmit the original data from third clients, and to be able, if somebody is able to manipulate the results so that the calculation can be manipulated. So by this, I want to really say this is a really new challenge from our environment. And I think only with the collaboration with other entities, with the experience that some like EAD and CERT has gained, we are able to have a win-win situation. And last but not least, actually, I think that, yeah, the main message is that the only with really shared information available and to support each other, we can really be able to fight all these new threats that are creating and attacking our website. And yeah, this is all actually for my slides. Actually, if I don't have, I'm ready for any questions.
Thank you, Andre. So indeed, let's take the question and answers in the last collective session. I would like to thank you already now, personally, but also the Lufthansa Group for basically delivering this presentation, also on the services that you are using from the EAD and CERT. Because that is, I think, really the culture, also the cultural change that you were talking about, that we need to bring, that we are open of discussing issues related to cybersecurity and resilience. Again, it is not about discussing the nitty-gritty details, your own vulnerabilities and how you fixed it, but to create a culture that we are open and willing to exchange information to the level that is commonly agreed, and with, again, also the help here of these commonly procured EAD and CERT services. So thank you already for your openness, so to say. So again, let's try to tackle the question and answers in the collective session after the presentation of Ivan. So Ivan from Madrid.
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon from here, and let me share my screen for a sec. It should work straight out.
It works perfect.
Okay.
Only to go in presentation mode, and then it is all sorted out. Thanks. Ivan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to present today this tool that we've developed for the past 2.5 years. It's the result of the common efforts of the Systems Directorate and the Operations Directorate of ONAIRE. And it is a good demo in itself, not in the sense that it is not working, that it is just a software demo, but in terms of demoing why SWIM is so important and the chances that it is going to bring us in the future to really improve our processes in aviation. In our case, to give ATC and all other ATS services, as well as CNS and flow services and ASM, etc. And so let's move on. We will see what the ICARO map is. A few use cases. It is always better to see how the tool is used to understand its power, and then the benefit it is bringing to us and the lessons learned in the process, in case any other NSP or any other aviation partner really envisions to create something similar. And so we all know that in the decision-making process, we have to deal with information that is mainly stored in silos with different formats, different time stamping, and there is a lot of handwork there. And the best decision-making process is based as a condition, because other things have to contribute as well, on the best information, and that is the start. I mean, without the best information and the best integration of it, there is no chance to make an appropriate decision in terms of efficiency. So it is important and necessary for us, and this was really the reason why we started to do so. We have to give our ATS, CNS, and ASMR as well flow staff information that is integrated, official, and from trustable sources. It is updated and given in advance, depending on the time that we intend to use that information. It's not the same to deal with real-time things than dealing with the pre-tactical phase. It has to be accessible from anywhere inside of a company, but as well, in some cases, even from outside, and it has to be visual. We prefer to see the things we understand with colors instead of plain text. So of what, when we talk about information, what information? Yeah, traffic, not just in real time, but as well forecasts, weather, that is a key element of the presentation, not only observed, but as well forecast weather, the airspace structure and its availability, the air navigation infrastructures and their availability as well, etc. So what's ICARO map? And just let us concentrate in the surface. That is what the end user sees and not what is behind it. It's a year-referenced visualizer, merging information from external and internal tools. It is collaborative in the sense that the information is not just coming from internal sources, but as well from external sources. For example, our med provider, but as well the AAD. And that is what really makes it collaborative in the sense that we can embed other information sources as they are needed and come. It has operational validity, but for traffic separation, of course. I mean, we see the position of the traffic there, sourced from our own surveillance systems, but yeah, it is not intended to give ATC itself. And it is a scalable. This was a main thing for us. I mean, designing and implementing the architecture to ensure that we have the biggest expansion possibilities for the future. So some of the sample information sources that we have here integrated in this tool, of course, and this is a must, NOTAMs and supplements, all the AIS information coming from the EAD with global coverage. Then as well, flow information, not just the regulations in our airspace, but as well in Europe, because we know from experience, and this is really the case with many other NSPs, that the regulations of other NSPs really change how the traffic comes to us. And not just the regulated sectors or those having an S scenario published, but as well those sectors where we are reaching our capacity, to keep an eye on them and to have visibility inside of the ops room of those sectors where we have to concentrate ourselves of to avoid any over demand. As well, we see the real-time configuration of the ops room and the coming ones. Airspace availability in the sense of military activity. We have AUP and UUPs as well as CDRs there, real-time, coming from a LADA system that is installed here in Anaire, and that is working pretty well, I must say. I encourage other NSPs to use it as well. And then weather information, the classical OpenMet products like meter, TAFs, gamuts and stuff. But then some advanced weather-related information in terms of, for example, the cross-border weather maps when it is time for them to come. You know that it is not running all the year long, but when they are available, they're very, very useful. Or, for example, the weather radar, that is the reflectivity for the whole Europe, or the result of numerical models to have a forecast for the coming 4 days. As well as, for example, lightning activity, not just real time, but the last 2 hours satellite images, which were very useful for us with the La Palma volcano to see where the SO2 and the assets were going to. And then, of course, other things like real-time traffic position sourced from our own systems. This is not a complete list. We just wanted to show the main things, or those that we think are the most useful for the ops room. So let's go to the use cases. For example, in a practical planning phase, that is the day before, we have the cross-border weather maps telling us what's going to happen the day after. But then as well, we can mix that with the sector configuration that we plan for the next day, knowing how many air traffic controllers are going to join the ops room. And then we have as well a forecast of the traffic that is going to operate on that very same time that the cross-border weather map is telling us that hell's gonna happen. So the same tool is used tactically on the day of the ops, but it is used as well in the practical phase for preparation. Or here, for example, we saw storm area in Levante. We see that it is heading northeast, and that helps us in deciding if we should or should not use certain holding patterns, as well as check with our MET provider if the wind is going to change, so that we might make a runway change to be able to cope with the weather situation. So as you see, visibility, clarity, colors, and understandable information.
Ivan,
Oh.
sorry to interrupt you, but could you maybe distance the microphone a little bit further away from your mouth, because it's creating some noises, so to say. Sorry for that.
Sure, let's see if it works better now.
Perfect, thanks.
So then, for example, we were talking about regulations and sectors reaching its capacity. I mean, not being above it, but reaching it. It is for us extremely useful and extremely important in the upstream, not just to keep an eye on the regulated sectors, to be sure that, or that is even more important with the sectors within SNR, to be sure that the traffic is really following the flight plan that they are intended to. Not to like skip the SNR area, but as well other sectors where we are above 90 or 100% of the declared capacity, that has a lot of impact in the upstream. For example, to avoid giving directs to a lot of traffic, that would mean that a loaded sector then gets more traffic as planned according to the plans, and that in a very visual way inside of the upstream in real time. Or for example, when military exercises are being made, the anticipated liberation of a certain area with information being retrieved from LARA, we can then trigger the process of really confirming that the area has become free, and then we can coordinate more direct routes. Of course, fuel saving is a must, not just for us, for everyone. And having the chance to visually analyze the interaction of those military activities with weather condition is as well possible. Then ICARO map with its underlying architecture not just shows the information there at ICARO map, but as well offers that information, just name an example, weather information to other tools that we use in-house. For example, impact, where not just traffic demand, capacity, sector configuration, or military activity can be considered, but as well weather. That is, the information is sourced once from the outside. In this case, if we talk about MET information, it comes from IMET. It just comes once, and then it is ICARO that distributes this information to other tools in-house. Here, another example for, in this case, there is a convective activity in the vicinity of the Malaga airport, and we see where these storm cells are heading to, and that gives us the chance to know that with the left downwind, we may maintain the preferred configuration in Malaga, because we know where the storm is heading to. And why do we want to maintain that configuration? Yeah, because it gives a bigger capacity than the other one, the southbound one. Or here we have the typical mega storm on top of the Barcelona airport. Happens quite a few times during the year. And here, according to the information that we see in our system, the storm cell is going to evolve northbound. So we know that we have to use the holding patterns south of the airport. And we know as well when the TMA area is going to get clear of that storm cell inside of the very same tool. So that helps us in rerouting and planning where the traffic is going to be headed to. So going for a service-oriented architecture and a stream-based architecture in terms of integrating information, weather information included, brings a lot of benefits. We just wanted to highlight some of them. There are many others. The first one is the less cognitive load in terms of data processing. So you're able to process a lot of different types of information, not just weather, but as well traffic load, airspace configuration, human resources availability, etc., in a more simple way. And that brings the possibility to evaluate more solutions, more possible solutions, and then come to an optimal one. And then reach improved efficiency, especially when there's bad weather. And then as well, we can make partial automation of certain interactions with weather in the pre-tactical phase. If we know that a certain area is going to be affected by weather, we can automate the process of looking for alternate routes, check if those other sectors are free of weather in that time, and if they have the capacity that we need in order to cope with the deviated traffic coming out of the bad weather area. And that can be half automated, and that is where we're heading to. And then the anticipation and pre-tact is based on very fine grained data when needed. So the weather inspection processes like going from top to down, and when needed, we really have the possibility to use very fine grained data that we get from IMET. Then, of course, consistency and transparency. Every stakeholder inside and outside of the ops room for both the tactical as well as the pre-tactical phase have the same view because they share the same data. And as well, the continuous improvement process as we have envisioned our architecture based on stored data and giving us the chance to make post-ops based on that information that is stored. Then improved security in terms of interfacing with external services. We are sourcing the information from outside just once, then distributing it internally. That leaves a lot of gates closed. And then, of course, the agility that is enhanced in a service-oriented architecture, and as well the continuous evolution that such an architecture offers. Because swimming itself is service-based. So here we are considering a tool of our own, but I mean, the principle and the purpose and the benefits of SOA are the same. So lessons learned that we can share and things to keep in mind when you're transiting to a service-oriented architecture, which is indeed SWIM. Some important lessons learned for us. We have to be aware, and you have to be aware of the interaction between services and their dependencies. This is pretty obvious. If you're sourcing it just once and you make a change on the service offering that information, then you have to check what the other services and the other applications sourcing that information from there are going to be affected. For example, we changed the syntaxes of one of the layers. We have to check which other tools are using that layer and then change the service consumption accordingly. So a service map is needed there. And then design the architecture and how we're to give support to the services, not the other way around. And scale properly in terms of saving time and budget for maintenance. That is, you have to give an evolution to the services. It is not just that they work today and then you can forget. For example, a lot of information that we are sourcing is coming from EUROCONTROL via the B2B interface. And whenever a new release of the B2B services comes out, we have to change the software, and that costs time and money. And you have to save time and money for that. And then as well, never underestimate bandwidth and hardware resources. For example, for this tool, you might consider, maybe we have like 20, 30 users at a time. People go and check. I mean, people like checking data. Then you have to be prepared to develop and deploy interfacing middleware. That is, whenever we talk about silos, if we want to get information from there, sometimes, and not as a part of the main tool, you have to produce, install, and maintain middleware to be able to make the interface between different services and different applications. Then redundancy. This is pretty obvious as well. It is a must, but it has to be synced among the different chains. Then an important was for us that the tools that we do are tools where the explicability is assured, because people do not like, and this is what we've seen from experience, people do not like what they do not understand. So if you're offering a solution, or you're offering a hint, or you're offering some pre-processed information to the end user, the user has to be able to understand why the tool is offering or telling or proposing that. So even if there is a an even better solution, but that means for the final user that he or she will not be able to follow where it comes from, you have to be careful. Then as well, go onion. And this is the way we've always gone. It has worked for us from the inside to the outside, not making a huge project from the beginning and never really reaching an end. So we really do avoid megalithic structures, make simple things and make them grow afterwards. And then lastly, monitoring has to be budgeted and implemented as well. Because as you see, these are data intensive tools that have to be monitored, because once people get used to using them, they have to work all the time. And at any time after the session today or at any moment you wish, we're happy to demo whatever you would like to see.
Thank you very much, Ivan. And I think it is extremely good to see that you basically made SWIM working, or SWIM is basically alive. Service orientation is alive and kicking. And I think it's also comfortable probably for the rest of the audience that feels the burden of the CP1 and the family 5 members, that it really can be done also in a collective manner. And again, it is really a reality where we maybe sometimes in the past spent too much time on, like Paul already indicated earlier, who is in control, what should we do? But at the end of the day, again, the level of standards and specifications that are out there today are sufficient to already make, I think, a first step when it comes to service orientation and SWIM enablement. And that is what I think you clearly demonstrated. Also, like Tony already indicated, my background is in metrology, so that's also close to my heart. So it's also good to see that I think this is an extremely good example of how metrological information now is also better integrated into the operational decision support tools, and that you really try to get a handle on the intrinsic uncertainties that are always there with metrological information, but at least that you collectively, with all the information together, try to manage it. So again, thank you very much for that presentation. I'm now quickly looking at the various questions that we have coming in. So I think there is still one question that remained from yesterday or maybe this morning already. And I believe it is 3 questions in one go. How the procurement function at EUROCONTROL can help you to deliver the digital transformation. Do you see the procurement function as a strategic partner in the process or as a basic purchasing function without added value? And how the procurement function could add value to the digital transformation at EUROCONTROL in INM. I think what we try to demonstrate here is that there is, I think, really an opportunity when it comes to discussing further common infrastructure services, and a part of common infrastructure services is that common procurement part. And again, that is at the heart of what you see, for instance, being demonstrated on the EAD side or on the EAD and CERT side, and also when it comes to the data link that is emerging. That is where you really see what I would label the capability of EUROCONTROL to do common procurement for you all as a strategic asset and a strategic function. So hopefully that answered the question for now. When it comes to a dedicated question, maybe for you, Ivan, how would applications like ICARO maps could be scaled and used for a network point of view? For instance, to do it with the colleagues of NMOC or other ANSPs, as for instance, a common platform for coordination.
Yeah, the idea that is behind the way things work in ICARO map is indeed the same idea that can be used at any other NSP or even at a network level. Instead of using local, if we talk about weather, for example, instead of using local forecasts of a national provider, European forecasts can be used and then evaluate the impact of the network from a network point of view. The thing here, or the key element of what we've made, and that is our opinion, is that the graphical interface and the graphical possibilities that the tool offers is key in the process of giving the user or the decision maker the information that he or she wants. That is, instead of relying on automatical processes where I don't know what output comes that offers these or others routes. If that is shown on top of a tool where you're able to see where the storms are going to happen, at which flight levels, which flight plans are intending to cross that area, then yeah, you can follow why the tool is offering those other routes as an alternative. But yeah, the principles that we follow there, they are totally applicable to any other NSP or to the network itself. I mean, you have to scale up in terms of data and stuff, and the analysis is going to take longer, but the idea is exactly the same. You can even do a local optimization here in just an ACC or in just an airport. It's just a question of the scope. The idea behind is the same.
Thank you for your response, Ivan. So don't be shy to ask questions. So we still have, I think, 11 minutes before the planned lunch break. We still have 2 or 3 questions open, but again, if you have more questions, this is the golden opportunity to ask everything you wanted on common infrastructure services. So the 2 questions or 3 questions that I see open, let's take one that I think already popped up earlier today as well. Will digital NOTAM services be part of the new EAD? And if yes, can ANSP rely on it to be CP1 compliant? The answer is yes, yes. So in the INM, in the EAD functionality that will be part of INM, we basically have planned the digital NOTAM, as was also indicated this morning on the slides of Ralph, as one of the, let's say, early functions that will become available, deliberately done so to enable each and every partner that needs to demonstrate CP1 compliance through EAD or EAD is basically supported. So it is yes and yes. Maybe the other question that I see here popping up is again for Ivan, sorry. What is meant by sync between chains in terms of redundancy in ICARO map?
Yeah, that means that if the information is just sourced once and you're running 2 infrastructures in parallel, you have to be totally sure of the process you've defined there to be able to make both chains in terms of redundancy to be fully in sync in terms of the data they offer. Because to save bandwidth, for example, when we're sourcing MET information from the outside, we source it just once. So if the second infra comes into play, then we have to be sure that the information that we are offering is the latest one. So certain out of the regular refreshing program, some actions are triggered there to be sure that that second chain is in sync with the latest weather data, weather flow or whatever. Because the full redundancy means that you have to gather information from external sources twice, and considering how often it really happens that you need that second chain, you can really be sure that if it's needed, those out of the regular refresh rates, refreshments are going to be enough. So you have to define that. You have to define your strategy to have redundancy there, and be sure if you are going for the save some data all the time, save data consumption, that the second chain will have some information on an old status, depending on your choice for parallelization between the two or 3 chains.
Thanks for that response, Ivan. So I think we still have time for 1 or 2 questions. Looking at the time. So this is a question that I will relay to you, Andre. I'm not sure if you are completely in a position to respond, but maybe I will chime in from a purely EATM CERT point of view. But the question is, what business possibilities are there for service providers to help the EATM CERT?
Okay, so I think, so you mean the question, how, what is from our side to help you, right? Not the opposite, right? I understand correct the question, right?
So my understanding of the question is that service provider or a service provider asked what is a business possibility for me as a service provider to help the EATM CERT?
Oh, okay, yes. So basically, I think one of the biggest priority, I mean, for everybody to help, then the scope is to improve incident response, actually is to be able to create a new, maybe to create a security information exchange platform, basically, that has, that is work with detection tools, that is able to exchange those information between the, all the stakeholders. And so, which means that whatever we detect on ourselves, actually, but this is also the scope of MISP, actually, that we hand it over to the EACP CERT, and basically this is then going to spread it over to everybody. So in this case, we can also consider maybe that everybody is working on it to improve this by trying to include automation of elements of the incident response function, maybe using AI, maybe use of patterns for identification patterns, and this is going to be exchanged and towards a common, like to EACP certs. And this would be an added value for everybody, because basically this is why we use your services, basically. But on one side, this has to be bilateral. I mean, it's not only one way. The best way to do it both way and for everybody. And today we still have some difficulties in exchanging all those data, because we have some let's say constraints that like GDPR, like that we are not able to exchange all the data. And maybe here is something that we should work on to be able to make this feasible in the future. I hope I understood, I answer correct your questions.
Thank you, Andre. I hope that we indeed answered or gave the perspective to the question that is at least here on my screen. Maybe to add one or two elements from my side. I'm not completely clear what is meant exactly with business possibility, because if business possibility would mean that that is generating income, money, revenue, and whatsoever, that is, I believe, not the core of what we try to establish when it comes to cyber resilience. It is all about building a framework, building the context where we can share information about, again, improving our cyber resilience. And it is not per se a money-making business. It is basically preventing a money-losing activity. So again, that is where maybe the aspect of business possibility, at least from my perspective, from an EATM CERT point of view, is hopefully clarified. I will quickly go with a question to Johan. Also, you indicated in your slide that you see cost effectiveness as one of the pros. Could you maybe indicate what, from your perspective, the ratio could be to be more cost effective with a common solution? Because that is, at the end of the day, also some of the things the accountants in our organizations look at when we discuss common infrastructure services.
Yeah, I can try to give you some elements there. Of course, we haven't been from our side involved in any procurement of an own AM system for a long time, so I'm not really aware of the current prices that are going around there. But in general terms, I can say I think overall over the almost 20 years that we are using the system, in terms of initial procurement of the licenses that we are using, I think we are about somewhere in the region of 200,000 euros that we have spent on this. And so our annual fees for the licenses are about, I think, a good 55,000. So if you compare this to an own system, I think you're really talking in terms of other numbers. I know that with the Flight Plan 2012 modification, which we didn't do anymore on our own system because we just moved to the EAD, But I know that if you would have had to update our system just for flight plan 2012, it would have cost us more than double the yearly amount of our total EAD licenses, just for this little change. So I think it's really not comparable in terms of financial investment using EAD or using another system. Certainly, if you are, of course, an ECAC member state, because of course, for non-ECAC member states, there is an additional cost that you have to pay to Eurocontrol for the use of the main system. And this, of course, is another financial balance then. But as an ECAC member state, I think things are really not comparable at all.
Okay, thank you for that insight in the financial perspectives on these common infrastructure services, and in this specific case, the EAD. Conscious of the clock, we have still 2 minutes, and I have 2 questions. So probably I will pick one quickly. Same question as for digital NOTAM. Will EAD also implement the aerodrome mapping and aeronautical information feature service that are identified in the CP1? Yes, we will implement in EAD or the EAD, that is still subject of discussion, these services that are part of the CP1. Again, in general, the EAD will satisfy the CP1 requirements for the stakeholders that basically are using EAD for their AAS services. Of course, it is at the end of the day still a decision of the stakeholder, being the AAS provider in this case, if they would like to use EAD or EAD for it or not. But the functionality will be added to EAD or EAD, what basically fits the best. Like was discussed this morning already in the INM briefing, we have, of course, also a dedicated working arrangement where we discuss EAD matters, being the EAD SSD. And at that level, all the data providers to EAD, all the ones that have a contractual relationship and also an operational relationship with EAD, they all come together and they discuss about these topics. And that is, for instance, where also the digital NOTAM requirement or the digital NOTAM request popped up as one of the priorities that we need to implement, because that is clearly one of the requirements of the EAD users, that they would like to see that mandatory requirement from the CP1 being satisfied through the EAD or the EEAD. Again, we will deliver these things that are needed for the CP1. If it is through the existing system or the new system, again, that is an implementation question. So 1 minute over time. So I will stop here. If I also look to our master of ceremony, he's already waving at me that I need to stop. So that is what I will do. So I would like to thank, first of all, the 3 speakers, Ivan, Johan, and Andre, for sharing your experiences with these common infrastructure services. I hope it was interesting for everybody that attended this session, to give a little bit of a perspective, what is happening, how these services are used, like EATM CERT, EAD, and the SWIM common services that support, for instance, the initiatives that Ivan is doing in Spain. So I hope it was worthwhile your attention. So with that said, thank you all and have a nice lunch.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Awesome session, practical hands-on example. And indeed, it's time for lunch here for us in Brussels. We'll be served outside in the Europa lobby. And hopefully it's time lunch for you at home or where you are watching us from your offices. We'll be back at 1400 Central European time. Enjoy your lunch.
Good morning. Just doing a video and sound check. Hopefully you can hear me and see me.
Yes, yes, loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Okay, super.
Super. Thank you.
Can I profit to do a sound check as well? Is it all okay?
Absolutely. Loud and clear as well. 5x5. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Hey, 1400 Central Europe time in Brussels. Welcome back to the last session of the EUROCONTROL Network Manager User Forum 2022. Warm welcome again back to wherever you are in the world. It's a good morning for United States. It's a good evening for Asia. Final approach for indeed the last session. A session titled Monitoring Network Performance. Before shortly introducing the moderator and the session, remind you, you have the Q&A for raising your question in the platform Zoom. And for those in the room, please scan your QR code and send the question for the moderator. Moderating the last session, Pascal Diaz. Again, with me and Paul, and old-timers of EUROCONTROL, even before us. So Pascal is an amazing engineer. He led many international programs, projects, led different divisions and units. He arrives in EUROCONTROL in early 90s from Thales, and today he's leading the CNS unit in the infrastructure division. And today, with his session that he moderates, will provide an understanding of CNS monitoring activities. And again, like the session before lunch, is hands-on with events, example of events, anomalies and problems resolution that will be shared with the users. The panel that he has assembled, it's again a mix of internal experts and external stakeholders. Pascal, the stage and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tony, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm really pleased to be here with you, presenting the CNS monitoring activities. From the ops side or the flow management side, it's something that is not necessarily well known. CNS can be taken often for granted. It generally works and is considered reliable, so why bother? However, some occasional failures, for example, missing aircraft plots on radar screens or missing radio connections at times, can create problems. So recognizing the importance of a well-working infrastructure, in particular CNS infrastructure, the European Commission, has placed the responsibility of NM to organize this with all parties, all partners, to monitor actually the good operations and the performance of the CNS infrastructure. In other words, it's the identification and prevention of risks and occurrences as much as possible, of course, and applying to the CNS infrastructure. Today, as Tony said, we're going to illustrate this, which doesn't mean necessarily a lot for all of you, in a practical way. We'll take a few examples of what's happening in the field, what has been done to address it, that you're not necessarily always seeing, but that could at times affect your operations. So we will share the experience of NM, of a few users, selected users that have agreed to take part. And we'll take time to collect your views and answer your questions. So we'll address communication and in particular data link with Nikos Fistas, data link program manager, and Luc Chevalet from SkyGuide. We'll address the surveillance infrastructure and the SSR radars primarily with Eric Potier and Stuart McKee from the CA UK. And Gary Burtz is not in the picture, I think is in the next picture possibly. We'll address the navigation infrastructure, in particular some GNSS interference aspects. Then Laurent from Air France will give us some airline perspective to it. And José Roca will conclude with some longer term perspective, or at least next steps perspective for the monitoring of infrastructure in the way to define the future infrastructure developments. With this, it's time to give the floor to Nikos Fistas. Nikos will introduce, he's a data link program manager within EUROCONTROL. He's doing so much to make data link a success and to enable the operation from your side. Nikos.
Thank you, Pascal. Good afternoon, everybody. So what I will try to give in this short presentation, okay, yes, it works. So I will start first maybe saying a few things about what is the role of network manager in data link. And effectively, the network manager is neither implementing nor is a direct user of the data link. However, we are facilitating and we are supporting all stakeholders in order to address issues, resolve problems, and improve the performance of the users and the experience they're having in data link. And effectively, what we're aiming to doing is to facilitate and help ensure that the benefits of the data link are realized. In addition to the operational stakeholders, the airlines and the NSPs, we are supporting the manufacturing industry, both the equipment manufacturer and the airframe manufacturers, but then also the communication service providers, and also very importantly, the different institutions, the European Commission, EASA, and the CESAR deployment manager, with whom we're working very well. And that was highlighted also in the talk earlier in the morning from Paul and Maria Grazia. Then what I would like to say about data link, in Europe, we're having effectively two key data link groups. It is the Data Link Performance Monitoring Group, the DPMG, and the Data Link Support Group, the DSG. The DSG is jointly supported with EASA and the CESAR Deployment Manager, and we're having a number of subgroups below the Data Link Support Group. And we are trying to bring together all the different stakeholders to address the problems, identify solutions, and push for the deployment of these solutions. And what is the role of the NM Data Link team in all these things? Effectively, we're having three main activities. The first one is we are analyzing and investigating the different problems, and we're trying to push for the resolution. Today, we're having about almost 115 problem reports that we're actively pursuing to try to find solutions. And we're having an equal number of problem reports, but we are trying to push for their deployment with the stakeholders. So there is really a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of providing the solutions and resolving the issues. The second activity that the NM team is doing is actually supporting interoperability testing, and we do that in our data link platform in Bretigny, in Bretigny. And the third, and this is the most relevant activity that is also linked with this session, is the performance monitoring and reporting. In terms of monitoring, we are actually getting data from various sources. We're getting data from the NSPs, we're getting data from the communication service providers, and we also operate a small independent networking monitoring network with some ground stations, and we're also doing monitoring flights. For the reporting side, what we are doing is we're providing regular reports and ad hoc reports to the stakeholders. We're having a number of dashboards that we're providing to the stakeholders in order to visualize their performance. And you see also in this, on the side of this graph, some examples of our monitoring. What is a key message, and I think it was highlighted also in the morning sessions, is that data link has been improved considerably in the last period. And especially in the last quarters of 2021, we have seen really some of the key performance indicators to improving continuously. So data link is starting to show, actually, we start to see the benefits of this work. So we see the performance improving. And what is the next challenge is really to start making a good operational use of data link and to ensure that the benefits are realized. This will be a big challenge because technology is one thing, but then also making the use that operational aspects are really addressed. And we're going to use the operational excellence initiative of NM to try to expedite and push for this activity. In the main activities of NM is also to anticipate user needs. And this is what we're also doing in the data link team. And for this, we're actually already starting to plan the evolution of the data link infrastructure. And we're going to have to supporting new capabilities, to support new functionalities. Interference monitoring is one. And what is also important in all these activities is to work really together with the stakeholders. And this is the reason actually that we invited Luc Chevalier from SkyGuide actually to share his perspective on data link monitoring. And what I want to say is that Luc is no stranger to data link. He is one of the co-chairs of the two data link groups, the DPMG and the DSG. He's very actively involved in the investigations for data link. And very relevant to this session, he's actually operating a state-of-the-art tool for monitoring. And with this, I would like actually to invite Luca and continue with his presentation. Luca?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Nikos, for these introduction words also. So I'm happy to be here and to share a little bit what we are doing in this context. I would like to thank you also very much, the network manager, and especially Nikos Fistas and his team, because it's a very interesting and very nice atmosphere in which we are working together for the monitoring and for the amelioration of the CPDLC quality of service that we have. So I will go through my slides and will try not to be too long, and I hope that will. And so if you can switch to the next slide, I would be happy. Okay, so I will go through these 5 points. First one, I will introduce a little bit what is the CPDLC cockpit. We call it CPDLC cockpit. This is the monitoring tool that we developed at SkyGuide back in, I guess it was in 2017, more or less, that we started with that. Then show you some capabilities that this system has, and the kind of things that we are able to identify with it, be it local issues or global issues. And then I will finalize with the conclusion. So we go ahead with the short introduction to this CPDLC cockpit. So in order to provide a little bit of context, maybe you know that most ANSPs implemented data link back in 2011, 2012, more or less, because there was a mandate for that at that time. And now we are 10 years later, and our goal at the beginning, of course, was to implement also CPDLC, because CPDLC is an enabler for increasing capacity. This is a very important topic, and this is something we are striving for. So now today, as far as today is the situation, we could not increase capacity at the sector because of thanks to CPDLC. And the main reason, but maybe not the only reason, was that we have a poor performance of the CPDLC service. And this is also something that we had in front of us as a difficulty. It is that the performance was bad, but it was very difficult to understand what is the root cause of that. And so that there was a necessity for us at least to develop and to find a way to better understand what are the reasons why the system is not working properly. And therefore, we developed this monitoring tool. If you can go ahead to the next slide. So the monitoring tool that we developed is a cloud-based system. We wanted it to be open and easy also to expand. We started for us, for SkyGuide. And it's based on the Elastic Stack. It's something which is very modern and very efficient it's a big data system, if you want. And our idea at the beginning was also that if we do something for us, let's do it in a more global perspective. And so the idea was to also have other stakeholders working with us and also contributing to this cloud-based platform. And we're happy now that we already work together with one of our ANSP colleagues in Spain. And we are also enhancing with another one now. So yeah, the idea is to have a common platform with also cross-cluster possibilities, searches, and so on, in order to find in order to have a common platform. Locally, for the ones who are deploying this solution, and this is what we did at SkyGuide, we need to deploy some sniffing probes to get the data, so at VDL2 level, and also some CPDLC decoders to get the ATN traffic, and we work together with the Airtel ATN, well-known organization, which provides a lot of avionics software also, especially. And so we work with them for the decoding of the ATN data. And we are also having some Asterix decoders or ADSB internet provider to get position data of the aircraft and be able to position the aircraft on maps on the system. We can also, with this system, which is quite open, integrate any kind of other data flows from other sources. If you want to continue. So that looks like this. Basically, I don't want to go much into details, but you see here the sniffing probes in blue coming from several, taking the data from several places, and all these data are put together in the cloud and processed also to and the data are enriched and so on. And especially we put in this system also the EUROCONTROL logon list, so a list of aircraft which are having avionics with recognized performance. And this list of aircraft is also used in this system in order to enrich also the data that we have there. Thank you. If you can continue. So a few words about monitoring capabilities of the system with some screenshots in order to give you an idea what the system can do. So basically it's a real-time presentation of CPDLC traffic and also problems. So we can show the flight details to which the aircraft, to which ACC the aircraft is connected, the altitude, the departure, destination of the aircraft. There are some specifications of the aircraft that are available thanks to the logon list I was talking about before, like the aircraft type and also the avionics software which is loaded in the aircraft, and these kind of things which are very interesting. And then we can also make searches and find out for a typical avionic or for a typical aircraft what is the performance and what are the problems also that we can identify. There are also many VDL2 information. So VDL mode 2 is the frequency, is the protocol for the air-ground connectivity between the aircrafts and the ground. And the type of network which is used, the kind of antenna, the type of antenna, or the antenna name to which the aircraft is connected. These kind of things are also available directly in the system, and also of course the frequency, for example, and these kind of things. This is just to show a little bit an issue. So we can also present there not only CPDLC issues, but also ATN or VDL mode 2 issues. This is just to show you, it was on the 3rd of November 2021, so a few months ago, there was an air-ground router reset that happened on one of the communication service provider network. And the effect of that is normally nothing for most of the aircrafts and avionics, but for some avionics, some particular avionics, they don't like too much this kind of behavior of the air-ground router reset, and it makes such pictures where you see the aircrafts flying and always transmitting the same kind of bad information. And so we can plot it out like this and identify also very clearly which avionic are not resilient to this kind of problem, and then raise the problem to the right stakeholders. At SkyGuide, we use the system also to put in place an H24 monitoring of the CPDLC service. You see the screenshot that is used for that. We have one part taking a look at the performance in the ACC. On the right-hand side, you have rather the performance of the network providers. And thanks to these counters and information, we can also take immediate actions in case the values, the thresholds are overtaken and the values turn in red. So that's something that is also useful to take actions, contact the right stakeholders at the right time, and to raise the problem quickly when they appear, in order also to solve them as soon as possible. So now we go to two examples of local issues that we address, and we try to also follow up and solve. This first issue here is it's a 15-minute snapshot that has been taken on the 31st of January, so it's 3 days ago. During these 15 minutes, you see a certain amount of flights crossing Switzerland. Some of them are green. These flights are CPDLC connected. The other ones are black. These ones are not CPDLC connected. As you know, normally above flight level 285, all aircraft should be CPDLC connected, except those that are not that are exempted. But these flights in black here, they are all in the EUROCONTROL login list. So these are flights which are normally capable and able to use CPDLC, but they don't use it. The reality of our situation today is that only 47% of the flight that should be connected are not connected. So 47% of the flights that should be connected are not connected. On the left-hand side, you see the list of the flights which were there during these 15 minutes. In green, those ones that are connected, and in blue or black, the ones that were not connected. And so this is something we are chasing also in order to remove these black aircrafts, or to move them to the green part, let's say. And this is something we are working on. Next step, next slide. This is another type of problems that we identified once we put in place a new OLD protocol between Zurich and Padova ACC. The new protocol was put in place back in June 2021, but it was tested, but some problems were not identified before. And after that moment, as you see on the top graphic, the provider abort rate increased dramatically. And there was something and thanks to that, we were able to identify that we have a performance issue, and we could also find out what is the problem. And this is where the coordination and the work together with stakeholders and also with EUROCONTROL is very important, because thanks to such coordination, we can quickly come also to an identification of the root cause. This was identified and was coordinated also with ENAV, and the follow-up of this issue is also done at EUROCONTROL network manager level. We have the data link support team also, which is relating to the data link support group, which tackles this kind of issues. And by the way, this problem with Padova has been solved in between, as you see it also on the graph on the top. Then two other examples of issues that are more global. The first one here is relating to frequency jam. So this is typically when VDL mode 2 frequencies are blocked because the carrier radio is transmitting non-stop on this frequency, or if there is a perturbator somewhere. And this is brand new. We are working on that right now. We are going to present our works also more into details at the next data link performance monitoring group. But we are now able with the CPDLC cockpit to identify in real time the moment where you have a frequency which is blocked. So here, this is a view over the last 6 or 8 or 1 year, more or less. And those 3 cases in July, September, and December had been identified but a posteriori, 1-2 days later, we were able to identify there was a frequency issue, but now we are able to create graphics and to identify such issues almost within minutes. So that's something new where we are very happy, and that's a very important topic. And as you see, it seems the frequencies, the VDL mode 2 frequencies, are more often blocked or have such jam than we thought before. So we are going to continue to work on that topic and to be able, I think, soon to identify much better such frequency jams. A last example of things that we are able to identify is this is and which are of a global importance. This is with a specific avionic. Under some certain conditions, this avionic is resetting the VDL mode 2 layers, but following such a reset, the ATN connectivity with this aircraft is then unstable and does not work properly, and that creates, of course, delayed messages and provider aborts, so loss of sessions, CPDLC sessions. thanks to the expertise that we have in the group of Nikos especially, we were able to identify that there is an issue in the communication service provider network, which is going to be addressed also. But thanks to this monitoring, we can identify such issues and take the right actions after that. So this is also a very nice example of coordination and work together with the NM in order to get to real issues in the system and solve them step by step. And thanks to that, at the end it pays, because as Nikos mentioned, the general quality of service is really ameliorating. And with that, we can also expect better use and by the pilots and by the air traffic controllers. Next. So my conclusion is that local monitoring of the ATN VDL Mode 2 network and of the CPDLC performance is key to improve CPDLC quality of service. First of all, to identify local issues that can be somewhere in the region of the ANSP, but also to identify global issues. And due to the nature of the ATN, the aeronautical telecommunication network, which is shared between the partners, and the frequencies that are shared and so on, it's very often that local issues impact several stakeholders. So most of the time, it's not only one ANSP which is impacted, but maybe 2 or 3. And of course, aircraft operators are impacted. And also, local monitoring often allows identification of global issues that can be reported and tackled and discussed also at the network manager level. The whole community, of course, at the end will profit of that. So that's our main message. It is that monitoring is key to improve performance, to identify problems, and to solve these problems. And the coordination and the reporting to EUROCONTROL network manager and the organization that is put in place at this level with the DSG, with the DPMG, with the JIRA tools that are available is a very important thing to contribute and to work together in order to solve and to ameliorate, let's say, our CPDLC service, and have it reach the level that we are looking for in order to increase also capacity at the sector. I think I'm done with that. Thank you for your interest, and I'm happy to give you back the floor, Nikos.
Thank you very much, Lucas. So I think maybe a key message just to remember out of this session is that we need to work together, NM and all the stakeholders. We need to work together really to try to address the data link problems. And as Paul said, I think that we're trying to see a light out of the tunnel in the technical problems. The next step is really to make sure that controllers and pilots are using the data link, and with NM and all the stakeholders, we're going to take actions on that. Do we have time for questions, or we move it for the last?
I think we'll move to the surveillance now, but please, for the participants, note your questions. You can already send it into the system, and we'll address them after the 3 presentations. So I'm happy to welcome now Eric Potier. Eric is in charge of the CNS monitoring at EUROCONTROL. He should have run the session himself, but more particularly in charge of developing and deploying a surveillance monitoring system that is very promising and already delivering many results. Eric, up to you.
Okay, good afternoon or good morning, good evening, depending where you are around the world. Then here, this session, it's about monitoring of surveillance system. I will present an introduction, and after we will have a presentation from somebody from UKCA, from Stuart. Then surveillance monitoring, as any system used, is not working by, it's not a magical system, and we need to take care of the good operation of the system. Then the main objective here is making the system working. For that, we detect issues, we track these issues, we provide information, advice, information to all parties involved for the resolution of this issue. That it includes the I would say maintenance teams of aircraft operator, The same thing for the NSPs. We are also intervening on the standards to be sure that there are interoperability at the end between airborne and ground systems. For that, we are using different inputs, direct inputs reported by NSPs in general, operational complaint about aircraft not well detected. We are also using tools to monitor the output of operational systems to detect issues. That it's another input. And we have also deployed specific systems to monitor the operation of surveillance. And mainly here about the monitoring of the radio frequency used to make the surveillance, the cooperative surveillance. And for that, we have deployed a tool which is based on a network of receivers, which have been deployed in cooperation with NSPs and with local national authorities as a win-win solution. All the data collected by these receivers are processed by a central application. The name is EMIT, you can see here. It's to monitor the utilization, if I can say, of transponders, because it's a big risk in Europe is to have in transponders, surveillance transponders installed on board aircraft, over-interrogated and resulting in a loss of detection. Then from this system, the access is given to all the participants on that. For example, here you can see on the right a map showing a few days ago the utilization of surveillance transponders on board the aircraft. And all what is red, magenta or blue, it means it's an utilization which is above the minimum capabilities specified in the MOPS of system, in the specification of system. Then the current situation is not so good. We have put here amber alert. We are currently not in the red case as we had already in the past. A few years ago, maybe some of you, you remember the case of June 2014, where we had several tens of aircraft lost from the controller working position due to something happening on these frequencies used for surveillance. This system, which is first deployed to understand the situation, to take measures to improve the situation in Europe, can also may also be used for other purposes. Here I have listed some. Of course, we will have a synergy between communication, navigation, and surveillance. Data will be used, for example, coming from this system to detect interference on the GPS, because we are using ADSB information from the aircraft. Then we can understand the situation at a given time, in real time, by the way. The result of this tool can be used as well to take some decisions in terms of infrastructure management, optimization, that it's very important. We are also foreseeing in the future to use the output of these tools to improve the security. For example, for ADSB, this tool could detect spoofing, and that could be used to improve the security of the system. And also another use of the tool is to reduce the maintenance cost as well on board on the aircraft, as well on the ground system, because we are continuously monitoring, in fact, the transmission between the aircraft and ground system and vice versa between the ground system and the aircraft. And that it's really something we need to further explore to gain from this tool. And the next presentation will go on some examples on how the tool has already been used by one nation in Europe. And that will be delivered by Stuart McKay, who is working currently in UKCAA. Stuart has a long experience, field experience from the ANSP side, but now he's working in the UKCAA. Then, Stuart, the floor is yours.
Next slide then, please.
Yes, I have clicked on the button, but it's not coming.
Great. So just as a little bit of background, as the regulator in the UK, we have some state obligations under 1207/2011, and also as part of our national IFF SSR committee, the NISC, to monitor and control the 1030 and 1090 environment. In the past, this would mean visiting over 50 radars and measuring the performance or the output of those radars. And then we heard about the EUROCONTROL tool and really interested in it, and started to, we've deployed one receiver now, and we now have access to the data. So I'll take you through some of the examples of what we've seen so far. Next slide, please. So February last year, Eric kindly sent me through this display. Next slide. Which was like, well, that's really nice. Don't really understand it. Don't know what it is. And then we started to look at the tool, started to use it, started to find our way around it. Luckily, EUROCONTROL had already had some experience with the tool, and were able to extract some of the information from the data they'd received. Next slide. Yep, which showed that we were getting a huge amount of all-call replies from one particular aircraft, but also they were able to tell me that the turning rate of the radar, also the time between successive Mode S all calls, which meant I could work out the PRF of the radar. And also, next slide, there were possible side lobe interrogations that were being seen as well, which isn't good. So next slide, we got access to the tool and we started to narrow it down. We started to look at the tool can filter. It's really good filtering activity. We can look at the DF11s that were being transmitted, and then start filtering on II codes. And also, one of the great things, next slide, was that we were able to export that to a KML file and then start overlaying it with the maps that are issued by the EUROCONTROL MICA cell. Next slide, please. The other great thing we found about the tool was we were able to create really good visualizations. Sometimes surveillance data can be very complex. So we were able to show the operator of this particular radar that we'd narrowed down using the parameters extracted, what their over interrogation looked like. Next slide. And also to prove it to them, they actually had the radar off for maintenance. So we captured a view of that as well, just to show that there was no ambiguity there. And then next slide, also what the rest of Europe looked like. So that's a similar filter across the rest of Europe, showing what was in green. So a really good way of visualizing and showing that data, as I say, to the operators. Next slide. Unfortunately, we couldn't get everything we needed from the EMIT tool, so we had to go and do some local checks. Next slide. Using a previously developed EUROCONTROL tool that's now maintained and delivered by Intersoft Electronics. Now, just the reason I've added this in is this is what we would have had to have done at over 50 sites before every year to see what the conformance looked like. So next slide, please. Next slide. This gave us lots of information like this that wasn't really that good to give to the operators and everything, and it took a lot of extraction to get that. So that's why we found that EMIT is really good. Next slide. We were then able to get the operator. They removed the SSR from operational service because of the issues that we found, basically side lobe punch throughs. They engaged the manufacturer to look at the issue, and repairs were undertaken to the antenna. And EMIT was showing that the over interrogations had reduced. However, next slide. What we did notice was there was still an anomaly in the area with aircraft not being locked out. The great thing was we didn't need to do a further site visit to actually prove that. We could use EMIT. Next slide. As you can see here, there's us filtering on the II code. Next slide. And when they managed to get the configuration correct again, that was it. So we didn't have to, that would have been 2 site visits, one to show that the fault had cleared the over interrogations, and then the second one to show that they fixed the other fault that they had. Next slide. Now, we've used it, well, this is one other good example. We were having a look, this was filtering on a particular SI code, and we expected there should have been a nice clear area in the middle of that circle, except we didn't see that. Took a little while, but we went through all the codes, and next slide, we could actually find out that it was on the wrong code, which turns out to be the MICA cell had actually issued a new allocation for that radar, and it had never been fully implemented. So what we've now realized is that if new allocations are issued, we can check them very easily with the EMIT tool, which is really good work. So I think that's next. Yeah, in summary, I guess what we're trying to say is really good visualizations, really good data extraction, and really reducing our workload in hard times for staffing levels and also cost to the operators. So at that point, I'll hand back to Eric.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stuart. And I think again, we go to the next part on questions for later. Okay.
Yes, still no questions are displayed. So yes, we'll go to the GNSS interference. Thank you very much, Eric and Stuart, to have given some insights about what's going on in the background to resolve some surveillance-related issues and preventing aircraft to disappear from the radar screens. If you need any assistance on this one, please contact us, contact Eric. I'm happy now to welcome Gary Burtz, who is dealing with a senior navigation expert and navigation and spectrum, dealing with a number of matters, including NAVET's evolutions. He's also looking very carefully at GNSS operations and in particular interference. Gary.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for listening and giving me the time to address this issue here. The weather guys are telling us that the weather averaged over long periods of time becomes the climate. Well, here you see the GPS climate averaged over last year. And you can see that in some parts of Europe, it's not really a very good time for GPS. What is different between navigation that I'm addressing now and my previous colleagues talking about communication and surveillance is that in communication and surveillance, the link between aircraft and ATC is very direct. What we have in common, though, is that what you've seen, that all of these tools that you've seen previously, they also rely on aircraft position. And here you see that in these red zones, for example, that are either flying Europe to Middle East, either to the north or to the south of Syria, that really that aircraft position reporting is typically not very reliable anymore. And that then really hampers the diagnosis of everything that's going on in CNS. When it comes though to the operational side, to actually judge operational impact from that is a lot more difficult because, well, normally, good news, aircraft have inertial navigation systems. We still have DME navigation, we still have VOR DME. So whether the aircraft needs navigation assistance by ATC is only a given if the navigation capability is primarily built on GNSS. So the number of aircraft that actually do need help is luckily limited. So this problem is what the pilots call an operational nuisance, but we are watching this very carefully to make sure that it does not develop into more than that. Now, if you're sitting somewhere in Western Europe and you thought all was good where you are, then sorry, I have to spoil your fun. We had this case in late March in the Netherlands. A yacht, a very long, beautiful, expensive yacht was brought into maintenance, and maintenance accidentally turned on a whopping 40-watt anti-paparazzi drone jammer. And instead of just jamming a couple of drones in the nearby areas of the ship, they actually jammed, as you see in the left map, aircraft GPS positions in all of Benelux, parts of Germany, and parts of France. Now, the interesting thing that you can see from this picture, number one, when you see the 93 aircraft that are having ADS-B position reporting gaps, is that a good number of aircraft are affected, which is quite critical in the sense that this area is one where you have traffic from Amsterdam, Brussels, Heathrow, Frankfurt, Paris,
all climbing and descending. So it's a complex airspace. I would say part of Europe's most complex airspaces are here. At the same time, when you look at the map on the right, you actually see that luckily, even the GPS of many other aircraft is not really impacted. So even though we can now detect the impact on the aircraft in terms of its GPS position reporting, and we can with that also develop further capabilities to actually geolocate the jamming source. This was not possible not necessary in this case because the Dutch radio regulators actually reacted super fast, were quickly on site and resolved it within a couple of hours. But then in other cases, it can really help to try and geolocate actually the source using ADS-B. But what it also shows here is that it's not really something that you should say, okay, let's go close down the airspace because we have all this jamming going on. So we don't want to do that. So this is really to help us try and keep the airspace open safely for as long as possible and to really manage what is going on. So in terms of you experiencing a GPS problem, typically that is not critical. But then as the ANSP, if you're in the SMC systems monitoring and control, and then maybe you have another CNS problem going on, that's when maybe this information would be taken to say, okay, let's start to be careful, let's start to reduce capacity a little bit and adapt things like that. So this is really part of having an important feedback of a key capability that becomes an essential part of integrated CNS monitoring. So the way we started here was actually through pilot reporting, through EVAIR, which is the EUROCONTROL voluntary ATM incident reporting system. And that's very precious because we also hear about things that are going on in the cockpit. The worst things that we have is that in some cases, these temporary glitches can lead to false ground proximity warning alerts and have in some airspaces actually led to uncontrolled climbs. And that's the sort of thing that then we work behind the scenes. We talk with the manufacturers, we coordinate with EASA, and then the manufacturers are trying to sort out that this doesn't happen anymore. So we're still at the post-ops analysis stage. And with this ADS-B based monitoring, we have been able to actually get a clear picture. Now, the picture that I showed first is from Airbus. We have a very similar picture derived from pilot reports, but the moment the human is involved, they're under confidentiality. So getting the machine-based reporting is actually key also to get around all the human-based confidentiality issues. And still, the best place to detect remains at the aircraft. But there's a whole layer of interpretation that has to be done behind. And so we are developing our capabilities in terms of airspace risk assessments to make sure that we can identify when is this threshold actually crossed in terms of it becoming operationally significant, such that at the ACC level, et cetera, you start to take measures. And then, of course, we develop these with a network view, these tools. And of course, we're also very happy for any state to copy this at the local level and to interface with us in that way. So as we are developing this real-time capability or near real-time capability, what we'd really like to see is ANSP's systems monitoring and control people interfacing with us, explain to us better what their needs are, how we should realize that in terms of technical interfaces, etc. So that's a good discussion to be had in case we have time for this. With that, I think I hand over to Laurent.
Thank you very much, Gary. So we'll continue on the presentations and we'll collect the questions at the end. We now have Laurent Puzena from the Air France Flight Ops in charge of the CNS projects at Air France, but also contributing to a common understanding of the airspace user requirement, has been the chairman of the JURG, Joint User Requirement Group of the airlines, is interacting a lot with the EUROCONTROL working arrangements and groups and helping us shape together the best future. And I'm sure as the airlines are finally paying for all this infrastructure, Laurent will have a lot to tell us in terms of performance and evolution. Laurent, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Pascal. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I will try to present here an airline view of the CNS monitoring. We are very happy to see that from previous presentation that a lot of initiatives are going on the subject, and I would like to give, let's say, an airline view about these initiatives and trying not to repeat too much what has already been said. Starting with the data link, the communication part. First, I would like to say that data link is very appreciated by the pilots when it's available and when it's working. It's really a system very appreciated. You have identified in the previous presentations two monitoring categories, let's say, the capability and the performance. Regarding the capability for us, the subject is not anymore to let's say, assess the equipage, because, okay, the aircraft equipage is now completed. The ground is, let's say, to be completed soon, even if some centers are not still compliant, or even if all functionalities are not deployed everywhere. But what we should, and it was also said by Nikos and Luc, what we should monitor is the use of CPDLC, both by pilots, which is done today, and both also by the use by controllers. Today, the issue we have is not the number of aircraft equipped or the number of center equipped, but it's more, let's say, the use and the fact that let's say we have very different ways to use CPDLC and Europe, which is a real obstacle for the CPDLC use. So we have to improve that. And in fact, I think we all agree that that's a priority. About the performance monitoring of the data link now, we have two aspects. First, to live with the current system and to improve it, and to prepare the future, which is extremely important for us. On let's say, the current situation, let me first say that we are very satisfied with the work that has been performed by the DPMF and the DSG so far, has been performed and is still performed. Like it was said by Nikos, I think the overall situation has been improved since some years now, thanks to these actions. On another hand, I think that we have nearly reached the best achievable performance with the current technology. We know we still have some modification to implement on some aircraft to improve the avionics. We know that on the ground side, there are also some actions to improve the situation in the communication between the centers and so on. But let's say that we will not improve as much as it has been improved the two previous years. So what to monitor now? Of course, continue to monitor, let's say, the operational side. We have some possibilities that are open, especially with the IP removal. I will not go into detail on that, and neither on the AOC optimization, but that is to say that there are still some possibilities to improve. What is important for us at airline level is to monitor the VDL congestion risk. This is something that has been studied 2 or 3 years ago with a SDM study. I think we should update this study and follow up the figures so that we at airline level assess when we should schedule some investment and what is the emergency, let's say, and is the risk increase with B2 or not. This is something extremely important. The other thing at medium term that should be also updated is the let's say benefits that were supposed to be here with CPDLC and data link. As Luc said, we were expecting some 10 to 15% increase in capacity due to thanks to the 75% of equipped aircraft. We are done with equipped aircraft. I'm not sure that it's we are done with capacity improvement possibilities. So that numbers should be reassessed. Another thing about performance monitoring, it's not on the day-to-day performance, but it's extremely important for us at airline level, is to anticipate the next technologies and services. So we follow it very closely. We know that IP will be the next solution and the next systems. So when we choose some technologies, we choose these technologies for something like 20 or 25 years for the lifetime of an aircraft. So it's extremely important. We don't have all the same kind of aircraft. We have old aircraft, we have brand new aircraft. So it's important that we have a solution open to any aircraft. So that's why a multi-link solution is important to let's say use the most appropriate system. And I will say a word about LDAX, which seems to be a very promising solution, and for which we should push the development or the studies to see if it's a solution for us airline. And same thing at service level for 18B2 and EPP. Next, please. So next is coming back to navigation. The context of navigation is in 2030, we will go for full PBN operations where GNSS become more primary and should be more robust, of course. I will not repeat what Gary said, but it was extremely interesting presentation. We truly need a proactive monitoring and a trend analysis of interferences in order to anticipate the threats as much as possible for the day-to-day operations for us airlines. Perhaps on the reporting, there are some things to be improved or simplified. It's not, let's say, it's good to have some monitoring, but we have to be provided with the necessary amount of information, not too many information, because as soon as you provide too many information, you don't analyze information, in fact. And probably there is a way to improve the reporting from our side, so pilot reporting, but also the way to present the information. We have some electronic flight bags on board the aircraft, so maybe these tools could be of help to report some interferences, but also to show the information to the crews, like we show today, whether significant meteo events. On the graphical way, it's always better to show graphically than to read hundreds of NOTAMs. So probably that's something that's something that can be done in this matter. Second point of concern regarding navigation is to increase robustness for sure. So we need it as soon as possible. We need to prepare our investments. You know, especially in these times of COVID, investments are quite a concern for us. So we have to get prepared as soon as possible, and we have many systems on the table ready to support this robustness increase, like DFMC, the use of Galileo complement to GPS, but also some systems like SBAS or GBAS Cat3 that we are expecting to equip. And also one extra word on LDAX, which also here could be an advantage for navigation as a backup system in case of a GNSS outage. So that's something to be considered. Last point, which is not really in the subject of GNSS RFI, but it's about 5G. The recent news at the US recall us that we are never too cautious, and we have really all together to monitor the 5G implementation in Europe to avoid what happened in the US, even knowing that the context is different in terms of power, in terms of data and so on. But we should avoid as much as possible the situation in the US and the rush situation in the US. Next, please. Next and last will be the surveillance, and it's mainly driven by the monitoring is mainly driven by the ADSB implementation. ADSB, which is a solution that we support, of course, when it improves safety and if it brings benefits. So we can do nothing else than supporting this ADSB. However, two questions. The first one, it has been presented by Eric, and it's really a concern for us. We are in a paradox situation where ADSB was introduced to increase safety, surveillance safety, but at the same time, there is more and more messages broadcasted with an extra over-interrogation risk, which could lead at the end with a loss of surveillance. So this is, of course, a strong concern for us. It is directly linked also to the question of radar decommissioning roadmap. And also the question were raised by Eric, but I think that we have some questions of what are the action and the reactivity when over-interrogation issue is detected. How are we alerted? What are the action? What is the plan? And what is EASA position on that? So this is something in terms of monitoring that is very important for us. Second thing, and it's also very important for us, the ADSB benefit. What are these benefits, and when will they come? You know that we have massively invested to equip the aircraft with ADSB. A lot of aircraft equipped, so we will be ready for that. We know that ADSB is an extra layer of surveillance, so this is fully understood. But today we have some questions. We don't really feel the benefits in terms of rationalization of the ground infrastructure. It was supposed to be, there was supposed to be some benefits, and we would like the community to monitor the rationalization results and the saving redistribution. It's always good when you invest money to see the benefits you get for this money. So I will invite some studies on that and to keep an eye on that. And then also on the ADSB, since now we have been invested in ADSB out, it would be good to continue don't stop the story after the deployment, but to continue the story and to explore new opportunities like ADSB in this time, and also any opportunity that could help, for example, in separation at approach and anything like that. So this is it for the C, the N, and the S monitoring. So just to sum up, as you can see, for the three parts, we have different layers of monitoring. The first layer is operational monitoring for the day-to-day operation, and surely we commit in improving the quality and the quality of performance by modifying the aircraft and taking any possible action necessary, of course. The second layer is the monitoring of the benefits. As I said, it's good when you invest money to know if this investment was beneficial or not, and to come back on the feedback and on the investment. And the third layer is the monitoring of the evolutions that we have to do all together to prepare the future and to avoid to make the same, let's say, mistake at the previous deployment to ensure a successful future. That was it for me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Laurent. I think that was very clear, and yourself, you raised a number of questions that we're not going to forget. In particular, where are the benefits? As somebody has told me once, CNS doesn't stand for communication, navigation, surveillance, but often for airlines, it's cost and no saving. So thanks, Laurent. I'm turning now to José Roca, who is a CNS program manager. He's dealing with a number of aspects within the team, and in particular, the coordination of the Ops Excellence work packages that relate to CNS. And Jose is going to open the perspective on the future of monitoring.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's just a short word to introduce that actually what we've been presenting is part of our monitoring work. We are doing much more, and we prepare many reports and many dashboards like the one you have on the screen that cover all the communication, navigation, and surveillance systems. In the dashboard you have in the screen, you even have information on altimetry systems. I will not go into more detail. There is a lot of detailed information on this slide. So if you want questions about it, please ask them. But what I wanted to tell you about is that most of the monitoring we do today is post-ops. We gather the information during operations, we do the analysis, and we identify problems in systems, equipment, or trends that actually in operations that are not looking good. And then in the monitoring and with these problems, we work together with all the stakeholders in order to identify how to fix these problems and how to best address those bad trends before they become real problems. One of the changes we're working on, as you heard already from Gary and a bit also from Eric, is that actually we want to move more towards real time in the areas where there is a benefit to do so. So we can react quicker and actually avoid bad situations before they even happen when we see that the trends are indicating that we're going to have them. So this is one of the main axes of work or the future work. Another axe for our future work is actually maintaining good quality of our CNS monitoring. We are evolving CNS, adding new systems, adding new operational uses for existing systems. So the CNS system is becoming more and more complex. This means actually that monitoring is also becoming more complex, and ensuring that monitoring the right things at the right time is one of our continuous actually challenges that we're working on together with all the aviation stakeholders. That was a very short overview. We threw at you a lot of information. We have many more dashboards, much more information that you can see. This is our website, the Communication, Navigation, and Surveillance, where we have some key performance indicators, and many of the monitoring charts you've been seeing and other ones actually are also shared there, together with links to the other pages where you can get much more detailed information on all what we do, monitoring, how systems are used, how they are deployed, and if they meet the performance requirements there. And there you can find all the information of our work and the contact persons actually, if you want to contact them for additional particular information. It was very, very short. I don't know if you wanted any more information, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose. So it's time for us to turn to you, actually to yourselves. We've not yet seen any questions come from the tools, through the tools. So don't hesitate. Okay, first question is coming. It's about monitoring the 5G interference in Europe. So very hot topic at the moment, knowing that in the US, this particular topic has created a lot of frictions between the various administrations, knowing that some risks exist in the deployment of the 5G technology around airport, due to the proximity of the frequency between the some of the 5G frequency and the radio altimeter systems that enable the auto landing. I'm turning to Gary that will answer the question.
Speak. Okay, sorry, wrong button. So the question is just generally what's going on in terms of how do we monitor? Yeah, so yeah, I think in the US, there's lots of things on the news between FAA and FCC, the Communications Commissions, and the recent auctions that they've done. Actually, in Europe, 5G deployment is further ahead than it is. In many cases, it's implemented already. One of the things that luckily is a bit of an advantage in Europe is that generally the power levels are a bit lower, often because of occupational safety and health limits for radiation. And also the frequency separation is larger, but we are closely involved in the ECC process. So this is the European Radio Regulatory Forum, which is studying compatibility between radio altimeters and 5G deployment with a lot of telecommunications companies present. We're also just learning to better communicate with this other industry. Unfortunately, really, the monitoring locally is a matter of the National Telecoms Authority. So we continue to brief our various stakeholder meetings with information with what's going on. And it's a bit difficult because a radio altimeter is a self-contained avionics system. So the local airport doesn't have any infrastructure about that other than the ground that the radio altimeter reflects off. But we encourage airports as they implement 5G or 5G is implemented near the airports to be closely involved and to contact us if they have any questions. We maintain a dialogue between the European Commission, DG Move, and EASA and ourselves and coordinate our actions. If you look on the EASA site, the FAA Airworthiness Directive that has been issued in December has not been taken on board by EASA, but EASA supports FAA in this alternative means of compliance process. On the other hand, there are some new airworthiness directives of some types of aircraft which may have some particular problems that EASA has also taken on board that will also be valid for Europe. So it's another topic that we could talk a lot more about, but rest assured that we are monitoring closely what is going on as well.
Thank you, Gary. Maybe we can ask Laurent what sort of impact there is on operations, maybe particularly in the US, but maybe more generally on the airline side. What is currently to be raised concerning the 5G deployment, Laurent?
Yeah. From our side, it was a huge amount of work since December. We have discovered, without that many preliminary notice, that the consequences would be very high depending on type of aircraft. So it was to analyze hundreds of NOTAMs for the different airports, really different NOTAMs, and I can tell you really hundreds. The impact were about the calculation of the performances of the aircraft with the possible route change and so on. The analyze with the different manufacturers of the alternate means of compliance. So it was extremely demanding. And it has involved also some planning changes to affect some kind of aircraft on some airports and not some other aircraft on some other airports. So it was quite a huge job. Now it's getting a bit, let's say, quieter now that some manufacturers have better assessment on the situation. And now that we have, let's say, taken into account all the NOTAMs, but it was a real, let's say, emergency situation, and that's what we want to avoid in Europe. Once again, as I said, the power is different in the US. It's a much higher in the US. There is a very different situation. But we really have to avoid this kind of situation. So we know it's different in Europe, but we don't want to get into this situation in Europe for sure.
Thank you very much, Laurent, for this. I see no further questions, so I will maybe briefly turn to my boss, Paul Bossman, who is close to me. Not to thank me for this, but maybe to give him some time for, let's say, a wider perspective to CNS monitoring.
Thank you, Pascal, and thank you very much to the speakers and our EUROCONTROL colleagues. You gave my cheeks, make them go red when you say those words, Pascal, so be careful. No, all jokes apart, I think the presentations of today have shown that we've made tremendous progress in the last 2-3 years, and I'm immensely proud of the work done by the teams here, but certainly also very proud of the good cooperation with the stakeholders. When exactly 2 years ago we started knocking on the doors and said, hey, we would like to install some of these EMIT antennas on your masts, etc. Oh wait, it's also COVID times, and certainly the first months, when you all remember, it was serious lockdown time. Still, a number of you started already and putting these things up, etc., and that allowed us to roll out more or less in time this whole monitoring network. So we're really grateful for the excellent cooperation that we had with everybody. I'm also very happy to hear that these different monitoring tools actually serve a purpose. It's not monitoring for the sake of monitoring. It's really allowing everybody to focus where there needs to be focus. And when I hear the words also from you, Stuart, that it's actually saving you quite a lot of money, etc. When I hear the words from you, Luke, that it really helps you to solve real issues, etc., then I think that we're on the right path. And in many ways, I hope that this is only the start and that we, through this improved cooperation, we can do many more things together. And there will be more challenges. We referred to it already this morning. We will, at a certain moment, need to make a choice about what is now going to be the new datacom technology or datacom technologies that we're going to be using in Europe and beyond. If there's one lesson learned from data link, that we need to do much better integration and validation testing. We really need to set up a test lab where all of us come together with the equipage and we really test things much better before we start deploying them in the big real world. Yeah. Laurent, we're also listening very carefully that you say, okay, I like this ADSB, but it's time to get some real benefits. Well noted. Yeah, and I think we need to work further on that. The frequency interference, it was only this week that Gary and Jacopo, we had a meeting with the director of the ITU. And it's a tricky topic. Sometimes it's not only the geopolitical issues, there's also other things, the anti-paparazzi, as we saw, that comes into it. But we are mobilizing really whoever we can to also at least diminish this problem. We're not naive enough that we can completely get rid of it, but we hope that by some real-time or near real-time monitoring, we're all better able to cope with it. So for us, we're here to support you. Yeah, it's really our logo, supporting European aviation. So let us know what you think of all this, what else we can do for you, what are the specific use cases where moving to real-time monitoring would really help you on an immediate business case, and then we'll see what it can all give. So again, thank you all very much. As I said, in many ways, it's the beginning and not so much the end of the CNS monitoring, and we're going to be doing all fantastic things together. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much, the team in the monitoring network performance slot. We're at the end of another great second day under the headline of digital transformation journey. And we saw today, starting with the INM slot, on how we are harnessing and using the technologies that are modern to enable a new system where you can plug in and develop further your businesses. I think also the last panels, I think they were very interesting and amazing because they were hands-on. There were no theory in that, and only examples. So now we start harnessing data in a parallel journey with the digital transformation, because at the end of the day, it's, you know, turning data into information into knowledge, and hopefully at the end of that we turn it into a wisdom. We're at the end. We still have a little exercise for you, and will be opened by my colleague Guido Hasevus, who was one of the heart of development of this event. We have a customer satisfaction survey. Please be very honest with us. We need to learn also specifically in this hybrid environment how we made it, what we need to change and improve, and hopefully how to bring more people inside this house once the pandemic will allow us to do that. So also that is part of digital transformation. We are using a new platform, customer voice of the Office suite, and we'll also will give feedback back to you, because that is very, very important. In a second, I'll give the floor to Jacopo, our Director Network Management Directorate. I just want to thank, I know Jacopo will do that, but I want to thank from my side personally, I've been very honored to moderate the forum. Also to thank all the team and participants, stakeholder that contributed to the presentations, but especially to the support team, from the logistics to registrations to catering to Zoom platform to everything that allow us to run smoothly these 2 days. It's a lot of work behind, and I thank you all of you for that. And with that, allow me to introduce Jacopo. Actually, he doesn't need any introduction. Who doesn't know Jacopo Pricinotti? So he will wrap up and do the main conclusions and the formal closures of the User Forum 2022. Jacopo, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, everybody knows me just because of my haircut. So yeah, one of the most, I think, important lessons learned of this crisis is that we in aviation will only go through and succeed in our domain with a true and strong partnership. And EUROCONTROL Network Manager will always be in support and in facilitating all the endeavors to develop this common approach to aviation. And I think what happened yesterday and today is a clear and true example of this partnership. So good afternoon, everyone, from my side. I'm really happy to be here today and have the floor for the conclusions of this NM User Forum. I've been briefed and I've heard of all the very good and interesting discussions that were taking place. So the pandemic situation, we're all seeing it in the newspaper, is evolving rapidly. And as we are always hoping for a long time, in the right direction. So we expect to see significant improvements for aviation in the next couple of months, preparing for a really challenging summer. There are already signs from the airlines. I've had some exchanges with some CEOs of the airlines that the schedules are building up around and even before sometimes Easter. So our biggest challenge would be the rapid recovery. And we will experience, entering into the IATA season, a lot of actions, and combined to that with the imperative of being sustainable. So when I look back some months ago, when we decided the topics of this user forum, I'm very happy because we focused this decision on next summer, on sustainability, on digitalization, on CNS infrastructure. So all what we pragmatically need in the period to come to succeed. And you will see during my conclusions that everything is around making sure that we're able to partner and to decide in the right way. Again, for the wider purpose of ensuring that aviation in a sustainable way becomes very, very important, as it was for the global and I would say the European economic recovery. So we start with sustainability. Everyone has a role to play, of course, when it comes to sustainability, and it's happening now. I think the big push in terms of comms that we had in the recent times is really starting to have effects. And we had a great overview with Marlene Bastin, our head of sustainability, of the topic, and what we're doing to help for making aviation more sustainable. And that's where, when you have political and societal pressure to lower traffic emission, EUROCONTROL is really making and pushing and making his role, ensuring an informative debate and the right level of data. Absolutely. Often these discussions, especially on sustainability, are around ideological elements. With you heard the Director General, with the perception that aviation is damaging a lot in terms, whereby having the right level of information, the right think papers, the right sustainability briefing will give all the stakeholders the opportunity to really know exactly where we are. And I think you all need to be the ambassadors of the right, transparent and qualitative information to make sure that we do our adequate contribution, but that we preserve aviation from being sometimes wrongly attacked. So we also summarized a number of EUROCONTROL activities measuring environmental performance, providing technical support to EUROCONTROL member states and the European institution. I want to underline that, with a strong collaboration in the aviation sector, also at institutional and political level. These things are happening, and the effort that we are doing in EUROCONTROL to be the glue also with the European institution is starting to pay back, really to allow that the ATMNS Environmental Transparency Working Group also would be able to share the best practices in this direction. The essential role of advanced and existing technology to decarbonize the aviation sector was also an element which was discussed. And I think here I want to open a bracket. It is absolutely essential that we all push strongly in this technological evolution and this digital transformation. The benefits can only be achieved if we do a real step forward in the cultural change. Digital transformation, I always like to say, is not only about technology, it is mainly about a change of culture that aviation needs to have. And here also Eurocontrol is playing and will play its robust role to support aviation in this other endeavor. And again, people and collaboration is key. I think we need to transform the individual effort into a systematic approach to ensure that also the existing ATM solutions, which are good solutions, are implemented in a bigger scale. Now, the other topic around the operational priorities and collaboration with an MOC was also part of these 2 days of work, which I think is very important. We have shown how we've managed, again, with this collaborative approach to ensure delay savings for 2021 in excess of the targets which were there. But I think we should continue to grow on that. We heard from the network stakeholders the issues from summer 2021, not only with health restriction, but also by staffing and making headway in sustainability. We understood from the stakeholders that the summer 2022 will be challenging, but that working together closely can indeed support the network to manage most optimum tactical operation with sustainability fully in mind. Again, next summer, so this summer coming in 2022 is going to be challenging. It's going to be challenging for a number of reasons, because we're going to have a steep recovery. And of course, if this pandemic situation will continue, as we all believe will continue to go in this direction, we will have a boost of traffic. And this is good for the sector, but also it entails that our efforts that we have been doing in creating this better decision-making, especially by managing the network operations plan in a more dynamic way, is the key that we will use this summer. Because of course, being able to, in the 6-8 months outlook, to change rapidly, to adapt to the volatility that we'll have this year will be a fundamental element. And I'm very happy to hear that this was part of the discussions that you had in these 2 days. Of course, significant challenges remain in delivering capacity, and this will require strong cooperation still, which is building up in the pipeline between NM and all the operational stakeholders. We have put a mitigation plan, as you know, for next summer, because of course France and the SNA is going to finally, and I would say in a very good way, implement the 4-flight transition starting this year, starting from Rams, and of course this will have an effect in the operations of this summer. But let me say, because I was directly part of the discussions, not only with the SNA, but all the other major NSPs who were involved, there's a huge sense of proactivity and a common strategy to really make it a success story. So the Eurocontrol, the network manager, will continue to work hardly with the partners, but I see here the glass half full, because I see a lot of motivation and in a new era, I would even call it, of leadership from the NSPs. So coming to the more strategic elements, significant achievements have been made in airspace design and utilization through, again, cooperation, but also I would say that the factoring in of the environmentally sustainable ATM operations and the common work, I think, is starting to really take place. And this is also another evidence. I think also the blending of improving operations with environmental sustainability is another very important factor, which is happening since the latest year. So we have also seen evidence of operational and technological consolidated approach towards innovative operational concepts supported by digitalization. I think this is still at an early stage. I have to say that there's been a great effort between the Director of Operations and the Director of Technology groups to really starting to enter into a single value chain logic. This has been one of my mantras since I arrived. And I think this is starting to see the signs. But I can assure you there's a lot to come and a lot of positive effort to come with this consolidated approach. I think the digital transformation strategy, which will encompass all of us, will become a common strategy very soon. Again, significant steps have been made towards the 4D trajectory implementation, will be continued, of course, based on the grid flight plan and flight data evolution implementation strategy, also through the INM efforts. Again, I'm always saying time is not an independent variable, and Eurocontrol here, we're making a huge effort to really keep the pace and in a very short time get into operations with the new INM system. And I think this is also something which is going to come up in the next couple of years. Digital transformation is happening now, and it's the foundation of our future. The INM program will provide a new digital engine to the heart of the network. The INM approach is, as you have heard from all the presentations that I think have happened yesterday and today, is a data customer-centric, modular, incremental, agile, and scalable, and focused on getting value on time and on target. These are not buzzwords. This is the sum of a huge and titanic effort that we've been doing inside the house to dramatically change the way we approach system modernization and technology modernization. And I think the next step is really for us to work together, because of course the next 2 years, while preparing to go in operations with INM, we will need to look at all the interfaces and all the added value that we will be able to provide. With regard to Luxembourg, here I want to re-emphasize the fact that we didn't just make a new branding, Eurocontrol Aviation Learning Center as part of the network manager. The COVID crisis has accelerated a transformation in Luxembourg. We are really now focused on delivery with the best technologies possible, fundamental learning, training, and whatever services through the different type of capabilities that we have, but also widening the scope to the overall aviation environment. And I have to say that the leadership that we've had in the last 2 years with Richter Mon was really fundamental to achieve this target. Now, the work on SDM, again, has been another milestone. I will not just focus on the effort to make the alliance, the common activity that Paul has made on all that part. I would focus the fact that really this was the trigger also on this part of the value chain, which is the deployment of the common CapEx program, to really work together in a partnership mode. And I think the clear evidence is what we call this early parting, where I think recognizing the effort of the SDM, Maria Grazia Lapiscopia, and Paul Bosman's team, I think we didn't just wait, we didn't just do the bureaucracy, we're not waiting for June next year, we're really acting. And examples on data link, ADSB, and of course I have a long list that I will not go through, are a clear example. Again, you see there's a fil rouge all over the place on what I said at the very beginning, that partnering and effective decision-making among the aviation stakeholders supported by us is key to succeed. So another part, and I think another important chapter, is the common infrastructure services that we've been, as Eurocontrol, providing for the last 30 years, significantly, I think, contributing to operational efficiencies. And I think these are an essential instrument, an essential experience, because it's about also learning to work together that we've done in the recent years. It's about common procurement. It's about a lot of things, and about trust among each other that would boost all of the digitization objectives that we have in the pipeline. And I think we had an example with 3 stakeholders that explain how they successfully used it in the day-to-day basis on the operations. And I think, if I'm not wrong, it was Enaire, Skies, and the Lufthansa Group. And I think this is a good example on that. And of course, they access you to day-to-day on EAD, ATM, CERT, and common swim services. And there's a lot to build on that. A number of new common infrastructure services are in the pipeline. One very important one is the future data link, and some will be emerging in the years to come, such as public common public key infrastructure for security, and the distress of aircraft, the ladder, where, by the way, we have been receiving a very recent letter from ICARO to EUROCONTROL on this topic. So I think there is a lot to gain in common services. I think we as EUROCONTROL need to demonstrate that these common services are owned by the operational stakeholders, and we are in support. This consolidation exercise will only happen and succeed if this will become reality, and you have the commitment of the EUROCONTROL team here that this will be the case. So I think we need to move there. This will allow better performance, will allow simplification, will allow a significant cost efficiency. But again, it will be in your hands in terms of governance. Finally, I think the last session we have looked our hands on is the examples of CNS monitoring activities. I was coming here in the room when I heard the last part. I think that's another important bit. It's a very important bit, because if you don't know technology-wise how the systems are performing, not only you're not able to quickly react and fix the problems, but you're not able to define the strategy, the mid-long-term strategy of what you need to do next. And I think there's a lot of tactical needs that we are finding out, but also we are gaining information. It's a very recent initiative, but it's starting already giving us the flavor of what we need in the future to complement and make sure that all the CNS infrastructure is at the state of the heart of the performance. So with this, I also would like to say that that we are going to, I think you need to start to tick the box for February 2023, if I'm not wrong. I would like also to reconfirm that with this, we are closing this session. But before closing the session, I would like really to thank everyone for their patience, for their attendance, for their contributions. I think these are this is the way that I like things going. And again, to echo Tony's word about our questionnaire, we are always in a continuous improvement mode. So please tell us where we did wrong. Please tell us what type of improvements we need to make, because we are really eager to support you in the best way possible. So thank you to everyone, and thanks for the hard work of the last 2 days. And allow me also to thank my team, because I think you probably have perceived it, but behind the lines, there's been a huge effort of support. So I wish everyone a nice evening and a great flight back for the people who are here. Thank you very much, and goodbye to all the peoples connected.
For those who are in the need of the navettes, at 4 o'clock to the airport and 15 past 4 to this city.
Tony, could you put up the slide again for the survey?